Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. And you are with myself, Alex, and we are here at Djuma this morning, kickstarting our Friday escape. And of course, if you have joined us, this is a live and interactive experience. And if you are watching this on our app or website, you can register to ask questions or let me know what you would like to see today or even chat about. However, if you are watching on YouTube, please do subscribe so that Wild Earth can notify you of any of the other amazing content we do have. And be sure not to miss out on any of the other moments that you may have missed out on previously. But a rather quiet start at the moment. Some awesome bird calls that just kind of ceased. There was an emerald spotted wood dove. I did just pick up one or two awesome other sounds. Black-headed oriole, the Birchall starlings that are also about, and a number of other doves. But at the moment, that is the emerald spotted dove that is calling. A rather clear kind of start to the day. A little bit of cloud cover that is about. Perhaps that'll burn up, or perhaps even form into some form of precipitation later on. It remains to be seen. We'll just have to wait and see. Let's see if the brown-headed parrots are here at home and if they've started their morning. Otherwise, not too much else going on here. And we'll just have to be a little bit patient. You can just see the one brown-headed parrot's head sticking out of the little nesting hole there. The other just sitting on top. So quite a cool little scene. Nice way to kickstart our morning. A bit of Friday birding going on at the moment. It is rather quite pleasant at the moment. No wind really to speak about. And we've got an awesome little view at the moment of these two brown-headed parrots. Some hornbills also starting up now. Quite cool watching that other parrot move in and out with its head from the hole. So clearly some chicks in there, perhaps two. I'm not too sure. Obviously we don't have a little camera in there. We cannot tell how many there may be. Natal spurfowl calling now. Quite a cool little scene. Awesome to spend time with these guys. Morning, Jess. Yes, they really do. And when you see them flying, you kind of notice that kind of highlighted green and also a little bit of yellow as well. There's a red-faced testicular also calling. And there you go, seeing how adept they are at climbing. Pretty much vertical at the moment. That got to do with their feet. Those feet being very dexterous and helping them climb about like that. Also using those beaks as well. A kind of hook system. Just a little pleasant interaction here between the two brown-headed parrots, one replacing the other in terms of parental duties there. Now they're climbing back up onto this little perch. Really quite awesome to be able to watch these birds like this. They can be rather tough to find and even view at the best of times. So we do have a lovely little insight and a nice way to view them. So if you aren't aware, or perhaps you've just tuned in, there is a storytelling fireside chat, and that is in aid of International Storytelling Day. And Tessa and Ben will be hosting a fireside chat for explorers this Saturday, the 18th of March, so tomorrow, where they will be citing some of their best stories from their time as safari guides, along with some of our other guides as well. So don't miss out on that. And that is tomorrow at 8 p.m. CAT. So do make sure you are ready and buckled up for that experience. No doubt a good one. It's always fascinating watching these parrots and seeing how those heads of theirs move around like that. And being able to cock those necks. Clearly having a look at something that it's seen. It seems to be a rather subdued start of their day, and which is quite cool anyway, because I did say earlier, not every day we do get to just sit back and enjoy parrots. Of course, having them rather stationary. They generally are rather busy birds. So moving through the foliage or even flying about, and of course rather noisy when they do get started. So always cool, nice to be able to sit back here and enjoy a nice start with the brown-headed parrots. But it's time for us to say good morning to Nick and see what's going on down in Kariega.
Good morning from Kariega Game Reserve here in the Eastern Cape. We've got another lovely day awaiting us. Plenty of animals out there, I'm sure. My name is Nick and I'll be your photo naturalist for today. And I'm so happy that you could all join us here today. Remember, this is a live and interactive safari. So if you've got any questions, any comments or anything like that, please do ask away. And thank you to everybody who has donated so far. And please do keep those donations coming. We do really appreciate it. It helps us a lot in connecting people to beautiful natural scenes like we've got here this morning. And we had a massive, massive storm last night. It woke me up probably at maybe 1 o'clock, 1:30 or so in the morning. There was massive bolts of lightning. There was lots of thunder around. I must say, that is when I sleep the best. When there's a big storm, the rain is pelting down on the roof, you're warm, cozy under the duvet. Obviously a lot of our little mud wallows and things like that have filled up quite nicely. And thankfully the rain has stopped for us. So I'm sure we should see a lot of different species doing a little bit of grooming today, just keeping up that personal hygiene. And what a way to start our escape to nature here on the Scotia Dam clearings with this dazzle of zebra. Getting their little early morning feeding session going. Oh, I think the plan for the morning, I've obviously started off here by the clearings. And maybe I'll look to push a little bit further west later on in the morning. Potentially see if we could get any elephants. Maybe even a lion or two if we're lucky. Julian, 100%. It'll be exciting to see what actually happens. So yesterday we did have some very gloomy weather. The winds were quite fierce yesterday afternoon in our afternoon safari. Thankfully now the wind has dropped completely. It's not pumping like it was at all. So in the east, in the skyline in the east, there still is a lot of cloud cover around. And looking further across to the west, I can see a little patch or two of blue skies. Obviously for the moment it is overcast everywhere where we're looking around, but maybe as the day progresses we might get to see a little bit of morning sunlight. But it's really nice to see a whole horde of different species out and about this morning. Obviously yesterday afternoon with the wind that we had, everybody was looking to take a little bit of shelter, to kind of stay out of the wind. We did have a bit of rain as well, so it's really nice to see how everybody's kind of starting to pop back into the clearings. And I'll work my way through the clearings this morning, looking to see if we can get a few different species. You know, hopefully we can get some inyalas, some eland as well, maybe kudu if we're lucky. It's interesting in the sort of the windy conditions how it seems like eland are one of the first species to really move away and try and get out of the wind as much as possible. And it seems like things like these zebras that we're watching and the impala are a lot more happy to kind of stay in the middle of the open areas and just kind of weather that bad weather. Excuse the pun, the use of the same words there. Yeah, it's just really interesting to see how different animals navigate the different weather conditions. But in terms of all of our territorial species, everybody's going to have to be going around their territory again and relaying that scent boundary. Oh, a lovely group of zebra to start the morning off. You can see right at the back there we do have a blesbok as well. So obviously with the rain that we've had, all of the soil and things like that's going to be a little bit wet, a little bit slippery, so potentially for animals like giraffe coming down to drink at something like Scotia Dam or some of the other little mud wallows that have filled up with water, they'll have to be very careful with the placement of their feet so that they don't slip. But also as the day progresses and I look to move around different parts of the reserve, I'll definitely keep an eye out for tracks. And the type of weather that we've had with all of the ground being wet now, we should start to see a few tracks of animals slipping and sliding. Remember, Kariega is a very mountainous type of reserve, lots of high hills, lots of low valleys, so the animals have got to navigate through that. And obviously going down some of those really steep hills, things like the zebra, they might lose a little bit of their footing, might lose a bit of traction and might slip and slide a little bit. So I'll definitely have a look out to see if I can find any tracks like that and show you. And even for our birds, I'm sure a lot of birds should start to call, let their neighbor know that they're still around. And it'll be even more exaggerated, I think, if the sun does decide to pop out for us anytime soon. You know, really announce that that bad weather is behind us. in these clearings where we are, we can definitely keep an ear out for Cape Longclaw. So in terms of exactly where these zebra are now, they are on the southern side of the Scotia Dam clearings. And remember, this is kind of the area where a lot of different species generally head to when it has been very windy conditions, using the slope obviously just behind them as a buffer against the wind. So potentially this is a spot maybe where the zebra did look to settle down for last night. And it kind of start to expect them to move around these clearings, doing a little bit of feeding. There's just a gentle puff of the breeze in the air, so nothing too substantial, so I wouldn't really think that they would stay on that far southern side of the clearing. Janet, grazing after rain, no, it's not really going to cause any types of erosion. Erosion is going to come from more the process of massive amounts of runoff. You know, especially if there's not a lot of grass cover around and about, it'll come from runoff. In an area like where we are here, there's lots of grass cover around and about, so I wouldn't imagine there would be too much runoff happening here. You know, down the roads and things like that you might get it. But I guess grazing can potentially aid or add to the process of sort of that the whole process of runoff and things like that. If an area is overgrazed, there's not as much grass cover, and obviously when you do have grass cover and shrubs and bushes, that slows the movement of water down. Excuse me. Got me at the back of the throat there. A little michi just flew into my mouth. So obviously having lots of grass cover and things like that, it'll slow the movement of that runoff from the rainfall down. And obviously with that allows more time for the infiltration of that water into the ground. So it's not going to add to as much erosion. So generally very overgrazed areas is going to allow for higher amounts of erosion to take place. But we just kind of pan to the side here and got ourselves a lovely buffalo bull. You can see Scotia Dam in the background there. Oh, and I'm just having a look. He's actually got a friend here with him who is incredibly well camouflaged. I don't know if you can see in the mud wallow there is a second buffalo bull. He's actually in the mud. He's obviously settled himself pretty well down into that little muddy section there, and he is really, really camouflaged. So obviously talked about one or two of those little michis around and about, so it's not the hottest day in the world at the moment, but potentially this buffalo just looking to protect his skin from a lot of those little insects and things like that. Often after a lot of the rain like we have had overnight, you're going to get a lot of sort of insect life around and about doing their thing. But really cool to see. I mean, he's got himself a nice little spot in amongst all of that mud there, getting his spa day on. Mandy, good to hear from you. 100%, those horns are massive. So he's going to be one of the bigger buffalo bulls in the area, I'd say. Obviously very tough to tell his actual body size from here, but he's got a good set of horns on him there. Going to pan across to the side a little bit. His friend here is showing a little bit of movement. See if he gives us a little bit of love. See, he's kind of flicking his ears quite a lot, swishing his head up and down, so I think he's probably being bugged by a few of those little midges, maybe a fly or two there as well. Ah, there we go. Get it, boy. So what a lovely way to start our escape to nature here at Kariega. Zebras and buffalo to start off the day, nothing wrong with that. But I don't see this buffalo going too far. It is relatively humid this morning. So I would be surprised if he moves very far away from this waterhole. Maybe join his friend in the mud there. Cover himself, protect his skin from a lot of the insects. But I think for now, let's maybe head back across to Djuma with Alex and see what he's got there.
Yes, back in Djuma, and just listening to what else is going on and about here. Sounds like a couple of helmeted guinea fowl, and also the ever-present hardy-daws. Many different names given to them, just due to that rather raucous and loud call. Of course, also the timing of that call sometimes pretty exemplary. If you are trying to sleep, definitely will feel like you've been awoken from the dead. If you are ever subjected to a hardy dog that is calling when you are trying to sleep, just trying to have a look down the drainage line that leads into obviously Gari Dam, see if there isn't anything about. It doesn't seem that there is any action really at the moment. Waiting to see if we can't pick up the Egyptian geese as well. Nice to always check in with that little family. And I'm sure they will be about at some stage. We just need to be patient. Also wait and see who else may be around that we can enjoy the company of. So you'll be able to hear the Egyptian geese, probably on the other side of the dam at the moment. Also just looking to see if we can't pick up on any of the other waterfowl that will be around, or are around. So a rather peaceful start to our day here in Djuma. Not too much going on. Of course, if you have joined us, this is a live and interactive experience. And if you are watching this on our app or on the website, you can register to ask questions or let me know what you would like to see or even chat about. However, if you are watching on YouTube, please do subscribe so Wild Earth can notify you of all the other amazing content we have. And be sure to not miss out on any of the other moments.
Thanks to our wonderful Wild Earth explorers, Wild Earth Kids is back. Your monthly subscriptions have allowed us to relaunch Wild Earth Schools on a weekly basis. Wednesday, March 29th will be the first session back, and then after that, every Wednesday for the first hour of the Sunset Safari. Sign your class up for a special virtual field trip to Africa, because touching the lives of the future protectors of our Earth really matters.
So at the moment, we're just keeping track of this Martial Eagle. It looks like it's kind of taking a thermal at the moment. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get as wonderful a view as what we had hoped. But Martial Eagle that was here, and an adult at that. Very cool bird, perhaps the biggest bird of prey that we would see or find here in Djuma. And I don't think we're going to get much more of it. Let's just wait and see. I'll try to keep as best track of it as possible. So it looks like this Martial Eagle has flown off, and it is time for us to shoot across to Madikwe and say good morning to Cedric.
Yeah, well, we are sitting here with a beautiful male waterbuck that is just ruminating here on top of one of the dam walls, because we are at Madikwe in the northwestern area of South Africa, and it's nice just to view these big antelope, and this guy is absolutely an impressive specimen of a waterbuck. You know, beautiful ridges on his horns. And I love those horns that like kind of recurve, in other words, they kind of curl back forward again. they usually hang around with like sometimes bachelor herds. Sometimes you'll see 3 or 4 males together, but it just seems like he is by himself. He's not too interested in moving from where he is now. We were supposed to go sit on that damn wall, but clearly he has taken our spot for the morning. But yeah, I'm looking forward to, of course, escape to nature, and looking forward to this morning's drive and see what we can find out here. And yes, well, we're at Kolobeng Dam, and it's a beautiful morning. The sun is shining. Animals hopefully are going to come down. But good morning, everybody. My name is Cedric Dahl, and behind the camera with me this morning we've got Igor. So yes, it is a beautiful morning, and a little bit of birds calling in the background, and of course some lapwings coming over. But I love these antelope, absolutely stunning. They never tend to kind of veer too far away from water. You'll find maybe 500-600 meters furthest, and then they'll come back again. And they rely a lot on water. First of all, they do use water as their defense. So you'll find if there is a lion's chasing them, they will try and run towards the water and go inside and hopefully use that as their protection, as well as they do lose a lot of moisture. They've got this real thick coats on them, very thick fur. So they do drink a lot of water during the daytime as well. And very fluffy. If you're looking at the most fluffiest antelope that we do have here, it's by far the waterbuck. Actually, definitely, they are stunning. I love them. I think waterbuck is a beautiful antelope, and you think it's one of the most beautiful. I agree. Actually, I think as well, if you look on the nose, they've got that little like a heart shape on the nose itself. So quite a stunning little feature about the waterbuck. As well, this male's got this beautiful white ring around the neck as well. The females, they do have it, but not as prominent as the male. And then the main thing is, well, we can't see it now, but on their hindquarters is also a perfect ring on their hindquarters. A lot of people think that predators do not go for waterbuck, but trust me, I've seen lions, leopards, hyenas, even wild dogs feeding on a waterbuck. So they do go, meat is meat for them, so do go for them. The reason that people think that is that they've got this gland that secretes a certain oil, and that oil's got a very kind of musty smell to it, and I'm sure it tastes to it as well, and that pretty much kind of, how can I say, lathers their coat and protects their coat from the dampness of the water areas. So you always, if you drive past a waterbuck, you can pick up on that smell very quickly. See, I saw females the other day. We don't really get to see, I haven't seen too many waterbuck in this area. But we saw females the other day as well. So you'll find the females, just like the kudu, always hang around in family herds. Nings. The rings on his horns, does it tell the age of a waterbuck? Yeah, look, I think. Sorry about that. You'll find that the older they get, the more prominent those rings will become, and those extend a little bit out as well. In other words, the gap between the bumps itself. So, and as well, you must understand that they use, even impalas, springbuck, most antelope will actually have those ridges on the horns. It's when they do spar and when they're kind of fighting for females, or even just playing, just play, like, how can I say, practicing, sparring. Those ridges help them to kind of almost like grip each other's horns. So it is a way of kind of, if it grips, you can actually pull the other one closer or push the other one further back much quicker. So yeah, those ridges do come into play quite a bit, especially when it comes to fighting for females. And even that beautiful, even those white lines, it's like almost like a beautiful white stripe that comes down like on the side of his eye. Isn't it beautiful? Not the most amazing colorations or anything like that, but it's like beautiful patterns. And I just love that coat of theirs. I had a crazy story many years ago in Marloth Park, and we actually went down to the river area. It was my brother and myself, and we actually just walked along the river, the Crocodile River, and we startled a big male waterbuck practically this size, and he did not know which direction we were coming from, and just by chance he just ran into the direction where we were, and we almost got impaled by the waterbuck's horns, because as soon as he saw us, he was practically on top of us, and he just dipped his head down, and my brother and myself had to kind of practice. We actually jump out the way, and if we didn't do that, we would have been in a little bit of trouble. We would have been like kebabs, meat kebabs on his horns. So yeah, luckily that ended up nice and safe. But yeah, quite large. I mean, 250 kgs. It's a large antelope, very heavy. Now you can see that perfect ring on the hindquarters. And a lot of the studies now and research says that that white ring is actually just like other animals. So you've got the lions with the black tip, you've got leopards with the white under their tail. And they just say that it's like a follow me sign. So because they hang around a lot in the thick vegetation, around the reeds, around the water areas, so it's easier for them just to follow one another by just looking at that ring itself instead of really kind of make out where is the other individual. So I reckon that is one of the main reasons for that ring. Kyle, age 10, he's got a small tail. Yes, he does. And I'm sure that small tail will be effective enough to swat the flies away. I'm sure but you can as well see, not as, how can I say, he's not swatting as profusely as the zebras do. The zebras are always working their tails back and forth. And you've just seen, I mean, we haven't even seen him swat anything. So maybe that oil that's actually that sits on his coat, maybe it is also like a deterrent for flies. You never know. Maybe the flies do not like to come and sit on their coats. That could be a good reason. Because clearly he hasn't got any issues with flies, and there's a lot of flies here at Madikwe. But I'm sure if he is getting pestered by something quite a bit, he'll just kind of throw his horns back and try and chase whatever is sitting on his back or on his flanks or on the side of him. But yes, definitely he's got a small tail for such a big antelope. I do apologize, there is some housing in the background. So where we are now, where we're situated in Madikwe, is we are on the northern side of Madikwe. So we are just south of Botswana. So the houses that you do see in the background is on Botswana side. Well, we can try and see his hooves there, but waterbuck's hooves, it's almost like a very wide heart. It's like the nose of the waterbuck, but it's like the shape of the hoof is a very wide heart. So the back end of the hoof is quite wide, and a good old reason for that, it's walking through water areas, walking through mud, walking through marshy areas. Of course, he's got much more space, I can say. It's much wider. In other words, your ground pressure is much broader compared to if it's a nyala, if it's a kudu, if it's a zebra, impalas, something like that, where it'll go a little bit quicker through the water areas. Of course, our waterbuck has got beautiful shaped hooves. Oh, sorry, I just saw some impalas running out. I thought we've got a little bit of action coming out. And yeah, Natalie, you can just see he's definitely on high alert. We just had some impalas coming down to the waterhole, of course. We've got a big warthog that's coming down as well. I just want to see if we can get into frame, but I think he's busy looking at. Oh, that's a beautiful size male warthog. Yo, look at the tusks on him. Absolutely amazing. Well, of course, a couple of helmeted guinea fowl that's roaming around there in the back end. But definitely that warthog, this male warthog has got definitely a serious set of tusks on him. He's just taking a good old morning drink here. And maybe he might go and wallow as well. And it's getting nice and warm today, so hopefully we see some elephants come down here, maybe some buffalo or warthog. Maybe this guy will come and wallow for us. All sharing a little spot there. Guinea fowl and of course the warthog all feeling very safe. They all got each other to kind of look out for anything, so at least they can feel at ease in drinking. No, I think those tusks can do a lot of damage, definitely. And I think there he goes now. And many a leopard fatality has been due to a warthog tusk. You can imagine them reversing into a burrow, and then a leopard has to come in and try and grab that warthog out of that burrow. And if a warthog's got those size tusks, well, I think that would be a little bit of a problemo. It looks like a whole lot of zebras have come down to drink as well, so as you can see, they're just a whole lot of Birchall zebras coming as well for early morning drink before they have to start moving off again and go and feed around the outskirts. But it is getting nice and warm. I want to zip my fleece here quickly. Now I'm feeling it. I think with this kind of warm day, I'm hoping it is going to bring some amazing action here at Kolobeng Dam. But this water hasn't gone down that much compared to some of the other dams that we actually looked at. I mean, there's one or two other dams that we were at now recently, and over the last week, the water has gone down quickly. It looks like this dam is really holding its water quite well. And apparently they had wild dogs in this area as well this morning, so I think that was that was actually my main reason coming up here. I thought maybe we are going to be fortunate seeing a wild dog around here somewhere, but we will go and scratch very shortly to see if we can find them. Maybe they'll find us. Oh, Bundabasha. Well, we're going to go look there back quickly. I'll just focus back that side. A snake. Bundabasha, I don't know. If it was a snake, on top of that, these, I think these guinea, and if it was like a mamba or cobra, or python, these guinea fowls won't keep quiet. Those guinea fowls would be going crazy. It's, and they're definitely an alarm system for us when it comes to any predators, snakes, birds of prey, monitors, leopards, lions. Those guinea fowls were definitely, they would have made quite a racket. So yeah. Well, Bundabasha, thanks so much. Thanks for noticing, or taking a look, helping us as well. You never know. It's exactly what we were saying. Oh, so it was a monitor lizard under the one branch. Okay, sorry, I just got an update now from our director. It looked like there might have been a monitor. Huh? Well, we missed that one completely. Well, clearly it's not there no more. But yeah, like it's just like the other day as well. I mean, well, actually yesterday morning. So what happened is we found that leopard, and I first saw it too. Then I actually doubted myself. Sorry, I doubted myself, and I thought, nah, there's just a one. And I looked, but it's a very young female that we're looking at. And then we actually, one of the viewers, Michelle Stems, she went to go and, of course, looked at the footage and told us that there was a second leopard there. And then, of course, Igor yesterday afternoon took a look at the footage and he showed me. And yes, indeed, there was. So, and we looked at it nicely. It was definitely a female. It was a mother and a youngster. So it was a female leopard with a young female cub. So that was nice. And I thought that youngster looked around about the same age as in Zutimi. So of course it's Kushaba's young one. No, not Zutini. Zutini. So that was a young one, yeah. So it looked exactly the same as, so around about maybe between a year and a half. Alright, well, it looks like this waterbuck is now playing chicken with us. He's coming directly towards the vehicle. Hopefully I'm not going to relive that day that we had at the Crocodile River. Shelly D, Yes. Well, I think for me, a wild dog track is I don't know. To me, it just seems like the little paws a little bit narrower, but they are the same. They're part of the canine family. They're both dogs, so they are pretty much the same. I think even if I had a wild dog and a normal domestic dog track on the beach running next to each other, it'll be quite tough to really tell the difference. It's almost saying like a brown hyena and a spotted hyena tracks. Black rhino, white rhino, the tracks are very, very similar. You've got to really take a look carefully just to see maybe a very slight change in the track itself. Oh, don't fall in. Don't fall in. Well, he won't mind. He is a water bug, so. Interesting little grasses that's really growing out from the side into the water. I wonder if it doesn't really want to eat that. There we go. There we go. Bianca, which antelope is the fastest? Sure. I know Hartebeest is quite fast. In this area, well, we've got the Tesabe. I think Tesabees are quite quick. They are very, very fast antelope. But I'm not too sure. There's an antelope there. I think so. Before I give any names, because I'm going to dig myself a hole. So, Bianca, I'm not too sure. I'll have to take a look at exactly which one will be the fastest in Africa itself. No idea. Quite an impressive male this, eh? Yo. His coat is in pristine condition. And this is just so full, so I can say it's just like 110% condition. But yeah, I'm hoping that we can try and see if we can go look for those wild dogs shortly. It would be nice before it does get too hot. It gets too hot there, I'm going to take shelter under some very thick areas. Alright, well, we are going to get the opportunity to try and follow up on those wild dogs. While we do that, let's head down to the Eastern Cape in Kariega. Nick has got something to show you.
Okay, our buffalo bull is still resting in his little mud wallow. Seems to be the spot for the day. As you can see, the sun has decided to make an appearance. But along with it, the wind popped up out of nowhere, which is quite interesting. It's coming through in little gusts. But lovely that we do have the sun out. I feel like it's going to drive a few more of the animals to some of the mud wallows and water holes and things like that. So, good news. And you can see this buffalo is really having a good time. He's just kind of ruminating there. I wouldn't be surprised if he actually flops down in that water sometime soon. You can kind of see He already has covered his body pretty well. He's obviously been rolling all around in that mud there. We did see how low he was lying in that mud earlier. And we've shifted positions just a little bit, and the combination of that and him standing up, we can see now that he's got a beautiful set of horns. I'm sure you can hear the African shell ducks honking as they're flying over me. The never-ending dispute between them and the Egyptian geese continues. Here they come flying back around over me. Well, maybe later on I'll kind of head down closer towards Scotia Dam and we can have a look and see if we can get a view of those shell ducks. Maybe some of the geese, maybe some of the yellow-billed ducks even. Red-billed teal if we're very lucky. And I actually haven't seen any of the little grebes for a while. Remember closer to the start of the year, they did have some little chicks, which potentially they've maybe cruised off to a different spot, maybe even down to the Kariga River where it's a little bit more sheltered and protected from the wind. It's turning out to be a very nice day. It's always nice to have the sun out and about. Always adds a different feeling to the scene. And there's so much kind of upliftment when you do have the sun out and about. Makes a big change from the weather conditions that we had yesterday here at Kariga. So really nice to have a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Let me see if I can zoom out here a little bit for you. And what I want to do is just take you across kind of past Scotia Dam. We do have some zebra which look like they're starting to make their way down. There we go. There's our friend Stompy with the shortened tail. Walking in that very characteristic kind of exaggerated bobbing of their head.
We hope that when you watch Wild Earth, you will fall in love with nature. We know that our explorers share a passion for nature and want to make a difference. Wild Earth Schools is back. Sign up to be an explorer and your subscription will help us reach the future conservationists of our planet. Invest in something that truly matters, encouraging children to care for our beautiful Wild Earth. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
You can see we've got some zebras taking shelter in the shade there already. So maybe they know something that we don't. I mean, kind of touching on the fact that maybe it will get quite warm later on, but they're already in the shade there, keeping cool. You can see their tails are swatting from side to side, chasing off a few of the little flies and things like that. Oh, these shelducks are really vocal today. I'm sure you can kind of hear them honking away in the background. And I think all they really want to do is come down towards Scotia Dam. But there definitely is a good amount of sort of birding activity happening here. Obviously we've got the shelducks calling all over the place. You can see we've got a lot of our yellow-billed ducks in the water there. This is our initial little group of zebra that we did have coming down towards Scotia Dam, and nice that they're kind of just popping out for us to have a look now. You can see there's a few swallows, if you look carefully, flying all over the place. They're just above those ducks, kind of moving around in circles. Remember, with this increase in humidity, they're going to be looking to catch a few of the little insects and things, hunting aerially, hawking on the wing as they call it. I can hear a purple, oh no, not a purple crested taraka, rather a Knysna taraka calling. Vicky, I have not found any funky little insects here, Kariqa, quite yet. I must say, I'm not the most specialized entomologist around. You know, there's always room for an increase in knowledge of different spheres and things like that. And I must say, my knowledge of my insects is probably not my strong point. But no, I haven't actually seen any funky little guys quite yet, but I've still got a good amount of time. I can take it easy, no need to rush around. Whew, I can feel temperature's definitely getting there, my word. Gonna have to lay down a little layer of sunscreen relatively soon, I think. And maybe with an increase in temperature like this, it might not be a bad idea to maybe later on in the morning have a drive around and see if there isn't potentially any sign of elephant around. You know, like we've seen that buffalo in the mud wallow already, I'm sure some of the bigger elephant bulls might be looking to lather themselves with a bit of mud to protect that skin from the sun and from all of the midges and things that are flying around today. So maybe that might be a nice plan as the morning progresses. It's really nice to start our day here at Scotia Dam. Just have a look at the comings and the goings of all of the different species. I'm keeping an eye out for our Egyptian goose family. Remember, there is a pair of Egyptian geese with 5 tiny little goslings. It would really be nice to see them out and about. I'm sure they're probably very happy that the bad weather's gone. You know, obviously being very small, those little goslings probably get a little bit chilly quite quickly. So I'm sure the family has probably been very tightly bunched together, you know, maintaining as much heat and warmth between them as they can. And our zebras are looking pretty clean as well. After all of the rain that we've had last night, obviously they're lying down on the ground to rest at night time. The ground's obviously going to become quite muddy. But they're looking nice and clean after all of the rain that we have had. See that zebra on the right's kind of settled down, he's getting comfy there. A beautiful Nyala bull making his way across. Just moving from A to B. So we really are getting a nice wide variety of different animals coming past here. You can see some, looks like hardy-dars flying there, coming in close to the zebra. There comes another one. You can see all of the grasses surrounding the dam here looking beautifully lush and green, lots of nutrients and things like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if as the morning progresses we get some eland coming down to feed as well. Obviously with it becoming hot, they should come down for a drink, but then also do some feeding on the outskirts of the water as well with all of those nutrients. I'm going to stick around here a little bit longer, see if our elands do potentially come down, and in the meantime we're going to take you across to Djuma with Alex.
Thanks, Nick. And yes, hopefully that eland does come and join you. That Martial Eagle has vacated the area for now. And getting straight back to our panning and scanning, because we are yet to see any of our mammalian friends. There's still quite a bit of bird song at the moment. It's nice to listen to that. We do have basically the remnants of that foam nest frog here, the nest of it. Of course, the tadpoles then drop out of the eggs, and tadpoles drop out of that foam nest into the water. So it's possible that the majority of those have dropped in and are in the little pond here, and are then obviously getting on with that metamorphosis that they do undertake and go through to then become those foam nest frogs. Very cool little frogs. Thoroughly enjoy them. They've got such a cool little call. And at times you actually hear them calling in the day if they are around. They do enjoy suburban dwellings. And Dewey the hippo clearly about, although we haven't seen him yet. A nice little audio. Great way to kind of grab our attention. So we're waiting to see where he is. Black-collared barbet as well, and the blacksmith lapwing just in front of us. The hippo yet to show himself. And yes, it does seem like that, Morgan, thinking that hippo is just teasing me, and I think that that is the case. He's generally quite camera shy as well, so whether or not he comes through and shows himself, that remains to be seen. Woodland's kingfish is still calling. Okay, go away bird as well there, but it doesn't look like that hippo wants to be seen at the moment. Of chagras as well calling. He was here the other day, but not at the moment. Of course, if he is submerged, it could take around 5 minutes for him to pop out. I do think he's probably sticking towards some of the foliage, kind of using that as a bit of camouflage, perhaps also just taking a little respite. But more than likely on this closer side to us, and with this thick vegetation, rather tough to find him. no hippo to be seen at the moment. Heard, but not seen. So what we're going to do, just zoom out, have a little scan around. Here's the tree where the martial eagle was earlier. There's a crested barbet as well joining in all the bird vocals. I can hear some blue waxbills too. But quite clearly, nothing in this open area, just above Gari Dam for now. We'll just have to engage patience here, hope that something comes to join us, and even hope that Dewey the hippo also shows himself at some point. Always nice to check in with him. So it doesn't seem like anyone's coming through for us at the moment. What we're going to do is kind of just position, have a little relaxation moment, listen to all the bird vocals, and hopefully pick up on the hippo if he does show himself on this side of Gari Dam. So just sitting back, enjoying bird vocals for the moment. Hopefully the hippo will come through. Of course, hopefully we'll also be joined by some of the other four-legged critters and friends that may be about. Of course, some of our feathered friends also hopefully going to entertain us at some point too. For the moment, it's the time just to enjoy basically mid-morning Friday if you are in Africa. Always cool to listen to foraging parties and good numbers of bird diversity that is around. So cool to pick up on some of these little seed eaters and other little insectivores that are about. The Cameroptera and the blue waxbills that are calling. The horridars that are flying past. Hi Gareth, thanks very much for your question. There really are a number of them. A couple of little beetles. Of course, it's mostly the nymphs and that as well, and larvae as well of other things. So larvae of things like mosquitoes, of course, fly nymphs and that as well. You also get things like water scorpions, of course, other water beetles too. Does also depend on the area, of course, different things found in different areas, but there are a number of little things. Also depends on the time of the year too. Little larvae, little nymphs, the beetle, of course. Here we get little water scorpions, which are also rather quite cool. There's a bird that's just popped down into this little bush here. I'm hoping it'll come and show its off. Not kind of giving us really the best view at the moment. It's going to just zoom back out. Hopefully we'll get to pick up on our hippo. Still lots going on here anyway. And that's purely on an audio level. It's still cool to be able to sit back and just enjoy the sounds. So we are just sitting here and enjoying the bird vocals at Gari Dam. And if you have tuned in, this is your opportunity to engage in a fast five with myself. So you have the opportunity then to ask 5 questions to myself around any 5 things that you wish. So if you are interested to get typing away, send those through, and I will endeavor to answer those questions to the best of my ability. So while I wait for those fast 5 to come through, I'm just going to have another little scan around. Try to see if anyone else has decided to come through. It's not that windy today, and it does mean we have a good chance of seeing a fair amount, but it does remain to be seen. Of course, the animals are on their own time with their own scripts. Hi Lenny, thanks very much for your question. And my favorite place that I have visited. Sure, I think, well, let's keep this kind of refined into the bushveld. And I suppose I actually have a number of them. I thoroughly enjoy the Sabi Sands, in particular the Sabi River, having grown up and spent a lot of my time there. The Shatu is also rather special. The Kalahari also special. The Pafuri Triangle up in northern Kruger also rather spectacular. And the Mayombo areas up along the Zambezi River and Chobe rivers as well. Rather awesome spaces to be in. Quite a bit of different life that then goes on within those areas too. But also Zululand, fantastic area as well. I haven't spent much time there, but I endeavor to as well. Very good birding. And I would think that at least, I'd say in Southern Africa, those are probably some of my favorites. I've got a couple on the bucket list as well. And I'll hopefully get to see them at some point.
Are you safari savvy? How good is your animal knowledge? Animal Quizmania is back by popular demand.
How cool is this?
In aid of Earth Month for the whole month of April, we will be hosting Quizmania. Teams will pit against each other every week for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people. Fill out the form on our website, name your team, and come get
So continuing just to enjoy our moment here at Gowrie Dam. Woodlands Kingfishers calling the emerald spotted wood doves, and of course we are engaged in a fast five. One question has been asked already. If you've got any more, please do send them through. Otherwise, it's a peaceful bit of bird audio to sit back and enjoy, and a rather relaxing and serene Gowrie Dam to enjoy the view of. So still sitting here, enjoying all the different bird calls, some greenback Cameropters calling most recently. The emerald spotted wood doves also being rather vocal today. Had some of the laughing doves, the hardy doves calling right there. Woodlands kingfishers. And otherwise, just peaceful scenes to enjoy. Nice to just take in nature and immerse ourselves in just the relaxing sounds of what is going on here in the Sabi Sands. Hi Nina, thanks very much for your question. And we'll get the brown hooded, the striped, perhaps pied. And I think if we were to be lucky, we could also get giant, but we would need a rather large watercourse for that. Perhaps if one was dispersing, as well as there perhaps being grey-headed in some of the drainage lines. But I haven't heard of any really up here in the north. I do know of them occurring further south in the Sabi Sands, mostly found in the drainage lines in that bend, and that being the grey-headed. Of course, also perhaps a little malachites as well. They'll use the foliage around the waterholes and that to then pick out anything as well. But the brown-hooded, striped woodland kingfish is probably being the most prevalent. So quite cool, lovely to sit back and do a little bit of birding, although bird audioing. And it's time for us to head back over to Cedric and see what's going on in Madikwe.
Yeah, thanks Alex. And you can see we've got a female warthog with the two little piglets that's just come down as well. I have a little drink here. How cute is this? I wonder if she's not going to try and lie down there and have a little bit of a wallow for the morning. It's nice and muddy in that little area. You can see the younger one on the left hand side as well. It's got that typical white fluff that's still kind of situated on the side of its head. And one of the reasons that they reckon that why they have that white fluff is because when they're young it almost looks like a tusk to predators. So kind of almost trying to act as if they've got some nice tusks on them, and hoping that the predator will decide not to continue with its attack due to that, but yeah, that's what they say. Oh, a little scared, a little bit nervous around here at the moment. As you can see, off they go. Why did you get scared off from the side? There's a little bit of wind that's swirling around here as well. So, yeah, but if you have just joined us here on Escape to Nature, of course my name is Cedric, and behind the camera will be Igor, and we are in Madikwe in the northwest. And yes, we've had so far a nice escape to nature down in the Eastern Cape, Kariega. Nick had some buffalo and some zebra, and of course at Djuma, Alex on the dam cam at Djuma Dam Cam had a beautiful martial eagle. And yes, we've just had a few warthogs and zebra and a waterbuck around this area where we are now. We are pretty much situated on the northern side of Madikwe. But as you can see, it is a live and interactive show, so if you've got questions and comments or any suggestions, please send them through to us. If you are watching on the Wild Earth app or the Wild Earth website, make sure that you do register with us so you can send them through. As well, if you are watching on the YouTube channel, make sure that you do click on the subscribe button, so at least you can get all the latest updates on the Wild Earth shows. We've got a little grey heron that's sitting on the other side, just basking. Oh, unfortunately there's a pole in the way there. Oh, we've got a nice, it looks like a pale chanting goshawk on the dead tree, right on top. Beautiful goshawk. Oh, yesterday we got quite a good number at Cloud Dam. I think we ended up with 14 species of birds just around that dam area. Well, we can try see what we can get at Kolobeng Dam. Maybe we can try and beat that number. I doubt it, but we can try. It's always worth a try. Oh, you can see this beautiful pale chanting goshawk just sitting right on top. Of course, watching for any of the bird species or any prey coming down the side. And of course, it'll swoop down and try and grab it. Sometimes in mid-flight, sometimes on the ground. We'll also go for things like skinks, geckos, lizards. There is a bit of a breeze that's coming through at the moment. Stunning birds is these goshawks. So you'll usually find the dark chanting goshawk a little bit further down towards the Eastern Cape, eastern side of South Africa, as well in the Eastern Cape, but also there in the eastern side of South Africa, close to the Greater Kruger Park. Sorry, Morgan. Go with that question again. Linda, the biggest prey that I've seen a goshawk take. Oh, wow, I haven't seen many. To be honest, I haven't seen. I think we saw the other day, Igor and myself. We saw it taking. I'm sure it might have been maybe like a Aquilias or something, like a red-billed Aquilia. Definitely, there was a whole lot of little birds that came out of the bush where the goshawk kind of dived into, and it grabbed something, but we couldn't see exactly what it grabbed. But maybe Aquilia, like a little sparrow. That's the largest. That's the only kill I've seen from a goshawk. So, yeah, Linda, I would love to see a goshawk grabbing a dove. They do, definitely they go for like things as large as doves. It's almost nice just to see it grabbing a dove out of the air. And it's definitely got large talons as well, so definitely built perfect for snatching something out of the air. Just like we had the beautiful Lanner falcon yesterday as well. Now that's what I want to see. If I want to see a bird of prey making a kill, I want to see a Lanner falcon making a kill, because it comes down with incredible speed and grabbing a bird out of the air. Oh, here comes a vehicle now. I don't know, I have to try and maybe move again. I see I have to move for this guy. Sorry, it's just a vehicle that's approaching. Yeah, maybe he'll try a different route. Let's see. Sorry, because I'm situated on the dam wall. It's a one-way wall, this one-way road. Yeah, he's coming this side. Yeah. Move back. Few warthogs, there are 2 or 3 little ones as well further up there in the inflow. That's just feeding around that side. Seems like everything is nervous this morning. I think maybe this wind. Yeah, even the warthogs are running. Everything is just running. Yeah, no. I think like this, definitely on a day like this where it's so breezy, just that like a scent and all the smells are going around, and animals become very jumpy. They don't tend to be more relaxed. You can see these zebras also just looking to the side. Now there's loads of impalas. Loads. A lot of them all of a sudden is definitely having a beautiful setting here. You can imagine being always jumpy. You never know what's lurking here. Maybe a crocodile has ended up in one of these dams during the night time. Never know. As I always say, when you go around to these water holes, you always have to be so much on alert and really be careful, because I've had it so many times going into a little pan. I've never seen a crocodile, and all of a sudden the next day there's a huge croc waiting and just waiting to ambush something. So all the females, you can see loads. So of course the females are the ones without the horns. If you do see one with a horn, it'll be a male. And all the little ones, all their November babies, as I said, with them. There's a nice male. Look at him. Look at him. Beautiful. Nice set of horns on him. So how it works, it's one male, a lot of females, just like zebras. So a harem. One male, lots of females. Could be 2 females, could be 50. And he's not always going to have that harem. So many a time you'll find, you can see now, he's too busy kind of herding his females into those harems and making sure there's no young males, other males coming towards him. So what happens then is he's forgetting completely to eat. He's like not feeding, he's too busy doing those other things, and the next moment he's losing body physique. And if he loses body physique, then all of a sudden you'll find the males in the bachelor herds, all the males together, they of course eating, and they're getting bigger and stronger, and then they will come and compete and challenge him for the harem. So there's always a changeover of males in these harems. Then how do they to protect their herds from predators? Run. That's how you protect a herd of impala from lions and leopard and cheetah. You run. You run for dear life. Run for dear life, hoping that nothing will catch you. Unless you all work together and you actually start alarm calling. So if you see a leopard walking past here, you'll find if they start alarm calling, they're all alarm call together, and like they're doing that snorting, and then hoping that they can chase the predator off that way. But not chase him off, just like you'll find that all of a sudden a leopard will lose complete interest in him once they see him. Once they see the predator, the leopard will just decide, okay, that's it. I will just rather move on. And there's a lot of them on the side. Those are younger males, and also part of the harem, so you'll find the younger ones coming in there now. Of course, they don't fear, they're not a threat to the dominant male of that harem. You know, they're still too young. They don't pose any threat to him for now. And as soon as they do, and they show interest in the females, you'll find that male impala will chase him out very quickly. Sure, the questions coming in this morning that I'm not too sure on that one, Aaron. black-faced impala and a normal impala. Well, I'm sure the black-faced impala's got a black face. Sorry, I'm not too familiar with the black-faced impala at all. I don't know where you get them. I don't know if you do get them this side. I'm not too sure. From Aaron, I will definitely look that up for you. I don't know if they actually maybe. Oh, this all just ran. Of course, the grey heron just made a noise. So when the grey heron made like a, almost like sounded like an impala alarm call, but the grey heron just got up and made a funny noise, and they all went running. Oh, we've got the Lanner falcon here again. Or is it? It looks like one. Sorry, I don't want to look carefully there. Oh, the pole might be in the way. What is that? Sorry, that's quite an interesting bird of prey. I think it's a bit too small for a Lanner falcon. I will have to look at one. I'm not too sure exactly which bird of prey that was. That was quite interesting. Okay, it was a Amur falcon. Amur falcon. Yeah, Amur falcon. That was nice. Hey, that was nice to see. I wanted to say it was a little bit too small for a Lanner falcon. I thought almost, but this is a Amur falcon. So yeah, that was nice to see. Very, very nice to see. And I think I got to. I saw them many years ago. That's when I was still in Namibia. I've seen an Amur falcon before. Alright, thank you. I just got information about the black-faced impala. Thanks, Alex. It's, of course, they're endemic to Namibia and southern Angola. More adapted to arid areas than these impala that we have here. Okay, so the black impala, more Namibia and southern Angola. Thank you, Alex, for that. As I say, I learn something new every day. I thought they called it a black-faced impala because it just had a black face. It was still a normal impala. I don't know. All right, I think these people want to get past. I have to reverse. So if we do lose signal, I do apologize. Alright, well, we're going to try and make space for this other vehicle to get off the dam wall. Let's head over to Alex in Djuma.
Thanks, Cedric. And yes, back in Djuma, watching the clouds build, still taking in all the bird audio, waiting for the hippo to show himself. That is yet to occur. Still just having a little scan about to see if anyone else has slowly made their way down to Gari Dam. It doesn't seem to be the case. There were some red-billed oxpeckers flying about earlier. I thought that may be the sign we were looking for with regards to getting some of our other characters down to the water, perhaps in the area. Of course, it is rather thick, so there could be a number of them around, and we might just not be able to see them at the moment. So, is the set of circumstances we are dealing with. Of course, there's still a fair amount going on anyway. Okay, turtle dove still calling. Number of little grasshoppers and that kind of thing also going on. A little cicada too. Otherwise, still waiting, as I said, for Dewey to come through and show himself. And I still think that this is probably the best view for us to do that. So we'll just have to wait and see. If we do notice a little breach head pop up, or anything else like that, and then hopefully get a little glimpse of him. For the moment, that is the case. We are still on that fast five. Lenny was the last to ask a question, so 4 left. If you do have any questions or things you'd like to know, I'm happy to answer. So do send those through.
On April 27th, Wild Earth will be celebrating a very special birthday. It's our Sweet 16. We want to celebrate you, our viewers who have been with us every step of the way.
I just appreciate you so much.
Send in your birthday wishes so we can include you in the celebrations.
Happy birthday, Wild Earth!
Video yourself saying happy birthday to Wild Earth with a short note and share them with us on birthday@wildearth.com.
Of course, we can get a closer look at that. So I just need to get the name again there, but we do have our brown-headed parrots that are here, as well as the question. I just want to confirm name before I obviously answer, but you can see that yellow that I was talking about earlier. It's kind of on the underpart base of its tail almost, on this brown-headed parrot. And the Kruger, we get 3 parrots, the grey-headed, far bigger, same size as the Cape parrot, and even African grey, and the Mayer's parrot. But the grey-headed Mayer's parrot found further north of us. This brown-headed parrot kind of being dominant from the south. So really everything kind of south from the olifants, although there is an area where both the brown-headed and the Mayer's parrots kind of overlap. Perhaps there is perhaps there's a little bit of interspecies breeding that may occur between those two. I'm not too sure of it being documented just yet, but it wouldn't surprise me. They are pretty much the same size, kind of have a similar call. The Mayer's parrots kind of preferring that Mopani through to Baobab kind of country area. And they are really quite special. Lots of yellow, awesome little turquoise kind of blue color on them with a grey head as well. Of course, in South Africa, we have 4 parrots that are found here. The brown-headed, the Mayer's, the grey-headed, and of course the most endangered and bird of the year this year, the Cape parrot. In Southern Africa, the other parrot that we would find, the Ruppel's parrot. And there's that yellow I talked about underneath the wing. The Ruppel's parrot found in Namibia, up in Damaraland, through to Etosha as well. Yet to see one of them. Got a cool little red eye. Also quite a light blue and yellow on it. So they look quite similar to the Mayer's. Also same size as this. Brown-headed Mayer's and Ruppel's then kind of being the same. Loud audio from the Natal Spur file right now. Awesome to spend time with this little parrot as it cruises around like this. Both of them. So it looks like there's the changing of the guard once again. And parental duties crossing over. It's awesome being able to get a little insight into these parrots' lives. As I was saying earlier, it's not something you do get to see quite often. Normally they are fairly busy and scooting about and they don't sit still at all. One of the tougher birds to get photographs with. Also they do blend in pretty well with the foliage as well, that green and brown, meaning they are quite camouflaged. And they do move around a fair amount seasonally as well, looking for different things. So fruits, through to little different seed pods and nuts even. Of course, even taking a large fruited bush willow. So the fruit of that, or the seed pods really of that, they are known to consume those. I'm just hoping the light starts to play a bit more ball with us so we get to see that rather awesome green on the chest, perhaps a little bit of movement on the wing, and we'll get to see some of that yellow underneath. Really quite cool. cool watching the antics of these two, rather acrobatic. Quite fascinating seeing how dexterous they are when they cruise around on a tree. Of course, obviously having that ability to fly, but also that ability to really just get about it, climb and descend really at any kind of vertical point. Just interesting to be able to see how they go about that, using those beaks to kind of stabilize themselves as an anchoring point as well. Of course, using those specially adapted feet for that purpose too. So just sitting here enjoying the birds. Nice to see them kind of open up and show us some of those awesome colorings on them. Of course, if you have also tuned in, it is also time to register for Earth Quiz Mania. And this is in aid of Earth Month. And that is, of course, happening in April. And this will be running on Saturdays and Sundays in April. And Wild Earth will be hosting a Quiz Mania marathon. So do you think you have what it takes to be the crown, or take the crown and Quizmania champs of Wild Earth? If you are interested, obviously, put yourselves to the test and enter your team of 2 or more at wildearth.tv/Quizmania. No doubt, an interesting set of questions for you to sink your teeth into as well. The light getting quite special now, and we are getting cool views of this brown-headed parrot, or headed parrot once again. A little bit of preening going on, and rather special. So it seems that both of the parrots have kind of gone into that little nest. One may be flying off, but I did see the one moving down. I think parental duties underway. A little dragonfly flying through there. Let us zoom back out. We'll leave the parrots to be. Give them some privacy. Quite a cool little scene here with the sun coming out. Lovely greens, yellows, of course browns and that kind of thing coming through. We are kind of in the beginning of autumn here, the fall, and it is rather thick, but we can start to expect that kind of autumn hue to start to develop over the next few weeks. But let us go and have a look to see if Dewey has decided to come back out. The parrots have also had enough of us for the moment. We'll go back and join them just now. Pretty much look exactly the same. There's not really that much dimorphism between the sexes and the brown-headed parrots. Perhaps size being the only difference. Quiet scenes here at Gari. think what we will do is just sit back and enjoy quiet moments once again, take in all the bird audio, and wait to see who comes through for us. So our parrots gave us the slip. The hippo is still being audible, but hiding himself from us. So still trying to pick up where he is. Yeah, he's probably hugging the closest bank to us. He's probably sitting in a bit of the undergrowth over there. Fairly enjoying himself though. No doubt, rather comfy. So, audio being able to be picked up, but no sight of the hippo just yet. We'll just have to wait and see. Patience will be the name of the game. It is a little bit thick as we look down towards there, so perhaps just taking advantage of that. But I'm sure he will show himself at some point. So Cape Turtle Doves and the Greenback Cameroptera at the moment being the two most vocal. There is the Woodlands Kingfisher once again. And we are waiting patiently for Dewey the Hippo to show himself. So faintly, you would have also just heard the Aramark babblers. Also quite cool birds. Forage in a kind of group or party. And they can be rather raucous and loud at the best of times. Hi, Langalapa. Sure, that is a rather intense question, and I need to think about it, to be completely honest. of course, obviously giving back to nature, allowing nature to kind of rediscover and repurpose itself. Of course, aiding to biodiversity, habitat conservation. Those are things that are definitely high up on my personal bucket list in terms of this space. Very interested in the creation of game corridors, and as I said, preservation of habitat. So I suppose giving back instead of taking from the natural world would be something. And of course, finding out other ways, where we can better coexist with nature and hopefully allow for things to help re-establish themselves. And in particular, that being vast numbers of other game, and of course, regentrification of areas where perhaps there has been overgrazing or even habitat destruction or loss. So I suppose those are things that are on my list. So it seems like the clouds definitely starting to take over. I know there was rain further south yesterday. Perhaps a bit of precipitation to be expected later on, even over the course of the weekend. Lovely cumulus clouds that are present at the moment. Of course, a fair amount of water vapor and the rest that is around and in the area. Still just having a little scan to see if anyone else has maybe popped out through the thickets. Doesn't seem that is the case. It's a little bit dark at the moment just because the sun is being kind of shielded away by these cumulus clouds. The greenback Cameroptera still chirping, and Burchell starlings as well in the area. So I think back to waiting on Dewey. Let's see if he hopefully does decide to come and join us. Otherwise, let's just sit back and enjoy the Cameropteras. Hi, Jules from New Zealand, and I'm unsure if the crocodile is here. There were two that were about. I haven't seen them last few times that I've been here on DanCam. It's quite possible that they could have moved back upstream. I'm not too sure where they actually came from either, but I haven't seen them. I'm not too sure of anyone picking them up in the last few days either. It was a rather big one. Of course, we also did get to view a smaller one in this other pan just over here, consuming one of the terrapins, soft-shelled terrapins. Crocodiles will consume soft-shelled terrapins. So, as I said, there were two. Yet to see them, or haven't seen them, or heard of anyone seeing them in the last few days or so. So perhaps they've moved back upstream, or perhaps even also taking refuge a little bit out of sight. It could also be possible. But clearly not advisable for anyone to think of trying to swim across Gari Dam at the moment. There's also a hippo, and he also would not take kindly to that. Bush chickens going rather berserk there. Bush chickens being the Natal spur fowl. They are clearly about, of course, also good overhangs and vegetation foliage for them to scoot about, forage, and also take refuge in. There are the parrots once again. It looks like they've returned. Otherwise, quiet moments. So I just picked up on the audio of one of the golden-tailed woodpeckers. They are also quite awesome. Lovely little screech. You might have just heard prior to that. That was a woodpecker. A number of woodpeckers that are also found around here. But the golden-tailed woodpeckers being one of the more common. Definitely one of the more easier identifiable ones with regards to their bird call itself. Of course, if you have just joined, I am Alex, and I'm coming to you from Gari Dam here in the Sabi Sands, Djuma. We have also spent time in Madikwe with Cedric and his impala, warthog, and zebra, and we've been across in Kariga with Nick, and he had some buffalo and zebra earlier on as well. Of course, if you have also just joined us, this is a live and immersive experience. So if you do have any questions or comments, or if you are yet to subscribe to our YouTube channel, please do then register and get to sending any questions, comments, things you would like to know about, or points of interest. Also subscribe to the YouTube channel so that we can notify you of anything else, along with the other amazing content that we may have, and also so that you make sure you don't miss out on any of the best moments. There's a Birchall's cuckoo also that just called there. Also, if you are just joining us, of course, we are live. And if you are in the position to help out, Wild Earth is looking for donations. So if you are in the ability, or do you have the ability to help out, to help us to continue to connect humanity with nature, please go through to our website, wildearth.tv/donate, and click on the donate button and help us in achieving our goal of maintaining content to those of you that love the wild and wilderness areas of Africa, along with all the other cool things that we do get to see and show you as well. So we're still awaiting this hippo to come through and show himself. Definitely giving us the runaround at the moment. The birds haven't been. We haven't seen too many of them. We have enjoyed the brown-headed parrots. We did also enjoy that martial eagle. But otherwise, it's been bird audioing and ID off bird audio for us today. It really isn't that bad. It's rather peaceful being able to do that. Listen to the sounds of the bushveld. Not much coming through. So the black-headed orioles definitely have been treating us to a rather cool morning. Always nice to listen to them. They do have such a peaceful call. And that is them calling right now. One of my favorite ones, at least in the bushveld. I also always enjoy listening to them. Nice to know when they are about. So we're going to sit here and wait for Dewey the Hippo to hopefully show himself. Try to pick up on any of the other bird audio that is about. But it's also time for us to head across to Nick in Kariega and see what's going on down there.
Okay, welcome back to Kariega. We've got ourselves a lovely scene with some zebras on a little distant ridge line here. It's quite a sloping ridge line, this one. So it might be coming across like it looks they're sliding off that hill, but it's just kind of the angle of the slope that we've got them. And we do have a little bit more of a cloud build up in the west. So I'm kind of hoping that some of those clouds might shift across here. We're kind of looking south. And in terms of a nice sort of black and white picture, if we had a few clouds in the sky in the background, it would really just help to kind of accentuate the scene. Give it a little something. So that's what I'm kind of thinking of. So we have come a little bit further to the west from where we were initially. We started off our morning at Scotia Dam. And I've just come to have a little bit of a look to see if we could potentially come right with any lions here. So I was chatting to some of the guys, and it sounds like this morning they had the 2 males around the oxpecker clearings. And I went there to go and have a look. And I found a whole lot of flattened grasses and things, and I could see where they've been lying down, but they've obviously moved off from there. So I went and I checked some of the surrounding waterholes, but no luck. And then I've come up to where we are now, the zebra plains. This is where a lot of, well, this is where they did have a sign of the 3 females this morning. But the lions have it against us today. They do not want to be found. So it's very interesting how the males have now gone to oxpecker clearings. So if you were with us 2 days ago during Escape to Nature, that is exactly where the 3 lionesses were. And then they've now shifted from those clearings to zebra plains. So from where I am, I can look across and I can see oxpecker clearings. And as the crow flies, it's probably maybe about 2 kilometers or so, 1.5 kilometers. But there is a very deep valley between the two. And I'm kind of thinking that potentially those males might have left that area to come and look for those females here. Obviously the temperatures have got a lot hotter, so I think those females are still around here somewhere, but kind of just tucked up under one of these bushes somewhere. You can see our zebras look quite happy and content with life. Mike is the zebra digging. Not that I can see, no. So we've got 5 zebras in the picture. And I must say I was having a look across to the oxpecker clearing, see if I could see anything there. But I haven't seen any type of digging. So what we've obviously got is we've got our zebras, and then we do have a few nyalas. Looks like the nyala are actively feeding, and our zebra just kind of taking it easy, doing a little bit of bonding with each other. You can see that bird that we do have flying across the frame every now and then. There it is again. That is our white-necked raven. So being right up close to the top of the ridgeline here, there's a lot of trees and things that are pretty good for those ravens to perch on, and then from here to kind of fly down into the valley. So it's a really cool spot for that raven to be moving around. But I thought this is also such a nice silhouetted scene with these zebra like this. You know, that behavior of resting their heads on each other is quite common to see, but I feel like it's even more simplified with this silhouette. And a whole lot of tails swooshing all over the place. We did talk earlier when we were with our buffalo and thing this morning about how there's lots of little midges and things in the air here with the humidity levels that we've got. So understandably for the zebra, they're just kind of swatting them away. I feel like this is such a nice spot for these zebra to be. They are right up at the top of a clearing, like I talked about. There you guys, just trying to get it lined up for you here. So there is a little bit of a breeze that they'll be catching up at the top of this ridge line here, but also they do have a good vantage point around. I know we've got a bit of a silhouette going on here, but remember the zebra plains are quite open, like the name suggests, which is really good, because if there are some lionesses lying around here somewhere, these zebra really need to be able to scan around and have a good look and try and spot that potential predator before it's too late. So they've really got themselves a good area here. You know, there are a few different water holes around here, big prominent ones, but also after all of the rain that we've had, there'll be lots of mud wallows around here, lots of little pools of water that have gathered with the rain that we've had last night. I feel like it's just such a therapeutic view here. The gentle swishing of the tail, the breeze in the air. There's Nasna Taracos calling in the distance. Even though everything is nice and peaceful and quiet, I am keeping a careful eye out for any sign of those lionesses. I mean, I am sure they're around here somewhere. Elizabeth, 100%. This definitely helps with strengthening the bonds between individuals within a dazzle. Remember, it kind of serves two purposes in terms of, you know, kind of I'll watch your back if you watch mine. So they're having a good sort of 360-degree view around them, which is obviously very safe. And then also, like you're asking, they do strengthen the bonds between individuals, which is really good. Remember, in terms of a zebra dazzle, we'll have that stallion, that dominant male, and then a few females within the group, within the dazzle. And you can imagine, if there's a bit of tension between two individuals, they're not really going to be resting their neck on each other like this. You know, so if there is any sort of domestic disagreements within the group that's going on, this is definitely a way to just try and really sort any of that out. I feel like it's just such a different view that we've got here. It's not often at sort of midday or so that we can attempt to try and get a silhouette picture or a silhouette video. We would see, I mean, if one of these individuals did spot one of those lionesses moving around, you would more than likely see that bonding behavior stop. Everybody would look up in the direction of where that lioness is moving. They probably probably around 200 meters off from where I am at the moment, so we might not hear the alarm calling from here just because there is a little bit of a breeze and they are quite far away. But everybody will definitely work together to try and stay nice and safe. Yeah, so like I was saying earlier, in terms of photographing the scene, I think I definitely look to photograph it in black and white. You can see there is that sort of gentle, soft blue hue to the sky, but it's not anything really that eye-catching. And I'd maybe wait for just a little bit of subject separation. You can see how, kind of in the center to the left third there, all of our Nyala and our zebra kind of all mixing together. Look at that Nyala all the way on the left-hand side of the frame there. You can see it's got a much more definite outline to it. There's good subject separation. So I'd maybe look for a little bit of subject separation before getting the picture that I want. That Nyala on the left there has got some strange shaped horns. It doesn't look like they're very symmetrical. But between me and where these Nyala and zebra are, there is a small little valley as well, and I can hear there's a few, it sounds like bar-throated impalus in there, calling away. Black-headed oriole, and obviously as we start to come up here to the open grasslands, we start to get a lot more of our sort of grassland birds. You think of a few of your pipit species, your African pipit, plainback pipit. We can get a few of our cisticulars, sitting cisticula, possibly even rufous-napped lark. Keeping an eye out for all of those birds. I'm going to stick around, enjoy this peaceful scene, and in a moment we're going to take you across to Alex and Okukuyo.
Thanks, Nick. And we are across in Okukuyo for the moment, and once again inundated with Adam storks. The European bee-eater is calling. Springbok milling about. Healthy numbers of zebra too. I'll try to get a little closer. It doesn't seem to be too windy. Always cool listening to the zebra churn the water as they approach. But as I said, good numbers of them. Good numbers of the storks. Nice to have all of the springbok about too. Cape crows also coming through with an awesome little chorus. And of course we had those European bee-eaters. I just want to have a little gaze around. A couple of oryx as well. They are really rather regal. And we've still got a number of the storks coming and descending down upon us. So quite a busy scene, lots to take in. Very different to the happenings of Djuma today, where there hasn't been really anything other than Dewey's audio and the bird life. But good throngs of zebra joining us at the moment. So separate harems kind of all interjoining, some leaving before others, some hanging around for longer, and of course then heading off to graze once again. Cape crows being rather loud. And something interesting that I was reading the other day is that the key difference really between crows and ravens, being that ravens actually have an extra feather on their primaries, so having 17 instead of 16. Of course, they are very closely related and thought of being the most intelligent of the bird species, of ravens and crows. Something clearly spooking the storks. Hi, Leopard Lover. Thanks very much for your question. And I'm assuming when you say hacks, you're thinking of little tips and tricks. And one that I've seen work, and I didn't think it was, I thought it was a bit of a myth until it did happen, was in fact the use of Prep shaving cream for blister beetles. I got stung by a blister beetle a couple of years back, and as it had started to blister, I was with one of my mentors, and he showed me the trick of putting on Prep shaving cream, and it literally eliminated both the blister and that burning sensation within a matter of seconds. So the use of Prep shaving cream for those things, also for other things like mosquito bites, and sun cream being a little hack that one can use. Of course, also when trailing in that, some guides also pack a sock with ash, and they use that to kind of test wind direction as well. Of course, a number of them also far easier to show once on foot or around in the bush. A lot easier to kind of show hacks that way, but those are two definite ones that can be used. So the use of ash and a little sock, kind of being able to tap that, check wind direction, it's always a good one. Of course, then the use of Prep shaving cream for any bites or sun cream, or sunburn at least, kind of helping to alleviate that. Yes, I suppose there are a number of other little hacks that are out and about. I did mention, obviously, it's far easier to show hacks. We can talk about them or explain them, though, when you are out in the bush and you've got something to kind of use as a gauge.
Full of upheaval, we all need a quiet and safe place. A place where anxiety and stress don't exist. A place where life carries on. Slip away into a brand new show exclusively on Wild Earth. Just nature.
So still just sitting here and enjoying these stalks. Really the true purpose of how or why they gather here still remains to kind of be unseen. There are intra-African migrants, and more than likely this kind of flock, a good number of them, kind of that big traveling party. Where they roost up at night, yet to find that out. Haven't been on the ground in Etosha to see exactly where that is, but they'll definitely find some of the bigger trees to do that. I have seen them roosting in Zimbabwe and in Botswana before, and they do look for big trees, and they do kind of swirl about like this as well. Also when they come down, it's kind of that bill clicking and that kind of thing that then goes on, a bit of preening, and generally after a day's foraging. So I would think right now they've kind of ceased foraging. They would have used the cooler hours of the day, and for the moment probably a little bit of grooming, socialization, perhaps a bit of cleaning in the water and drinking. But still lots going on as European beat is coming back into the audio frame of things. And it's also time for us to check and see what is going on in Madikwe with Cedric.
As you can see, look who we have here. We've got, of course, one of the Mahiwa males, of course the one that was calling this morning on our sunrise safari. It was busy, of course, calling this side, and the other two females a little bit further west from where we are now. They were as well communicating with one another. But as you can see, he is turned his head away from us and he's looking straight into the bush, and he's definitely not too happy smiling at the camera for this morning. But he did have a kill. Oh, there he is. Hello. Oh, what a pretty boy. He did make, of course, apparently a kudu kill. So I don't know where it is, or if it's all in his tummy now. But we're definitely getting the whiff of his scat that is all around here, which is very, very unpleasant. And definitely my lunch has been put off for this afternoon. But look at this boy. So he is one of two brothers. I'm not too sure. We saw his brother yesterday. It was last night. No, the day before. We saw him at another pan quite far northwest. But they will always communicate, got the same territory, and of course they will just keep in contact with one another. And now and again they will hook up and link up, and then of course just making sure that the bond is still very strong between the two brothers. But for now, he is here by himself. He is just being bothered by a lot of these flies around here, and it's the same as us. But absolutely, look at that mane. Isn't that beautiful? You feel like you just want to go and grab a comb or like a hairbrush and just kind of pull it through that mane. But I will not do that. It will be the last time I comb a lion. Nancy, yes, definitely. I am so chuffed about this. It is so nice to have such a treat for Escape to Nature and having this beautiful male lion on screen. And but you can just see that belly. And panting quickly as well, kind of just trying to digest that protein as quick as possible. And hopefully then, if that kill is still around here somewhere in the vicinity, he might go and feed again. But I think now it's a little bit too hot. He's just rather taking shelter under a ziziphus, a buffalo thorn. But absolutely stunning. But yeah, these two males are they're coming on to 8 years old. So now they are at 7.5. So they will be 8 years old in another few months' time. So they're still in their prime, actually really starting their prime. Male lions really start their prime at around about age of 5, 6 years old. Depends on how big the coalition is. The bigger the coalition, you'll find that they'll tend to set up a territory much earlier, because then they can dominate other male lions that's holding an area, older male lions. So, But these two brothers, looks like they are doing very well, yeah. I've got some nice youngsters, nice cubs from some of the prides. So definitely they are spreading their amazing genes. But yeah, these guys will get up to about, male lions get to about maybe 13, 14. But by the time they get to about 10, 11 years old, you'll start seeing the body physique starts deteriorating. They start getting old, wear and tear on the teeth, and that's when things start kind of going a little bit backwards for male lions. You can imagine the thing is they can't hold a territory for too long. I've seen it over in my career with all the coalitions that I've witnessed coming through the Sabi Sands. You're looking at an average of holding a territory of about 4 years, 5 years maximum. After that, then they start fading away, and as I say, start deteriorating and getting pushed out by younger males. A big reason for that as well, it's very important for that, because you can imagine this male, of course, sitting at the age of now 7 years old, he'll start of course mating with like the daughter, but then of course the genes become a little bit weak at that time. And once it starts becoming weak, then it could be a bit of a problem, because then you've got a weak gene happening, and on top of that, something like TB could easily take effect and could be detrimental to the coalition or to the pride. So they don't want them to continue mating. That's just how nature works. It doesn't want them to continue mating with now their granddaughters, because as soon as you go to granddaughters, then you're just really starting to injure the gene pool and all that. So that's why the time on keeping a territory is very short-lived. Sorry, Nadine, I think the scat smell just kind of kicked this earpiece out of my ear. Andrew, how are these lines different to the Djuma lines? Andrew, okay, first things first. These lines, the conditions are immaculate. They hardly got any scars on their faces. Their bodies are definitely bigger. They're definitely bigger than the Sabi Sands males. You know, I think it's just due to, of course, I think in the Sabi Sands, those lines, you know, when it comes to competition for territory and other predators, and just I think it's just the environment itself plays a big factor. I mean, if you look at most of the male lions when they become territorial in the Sabi Sands, by that time they've got scars on their faces. Looks like they've been, you know, through the wars and all that. And I think that these males haven't had that kind of competition with nomadic males coming in all the time. So I think they've got it a little bit easier this side, and yeah, so that's why I think, and it's also the abundance of game around here is, I mean, there's impala, there's zebra, wildebeest, there's so much game, there's so much food, so much potential to bring nice big prey down this side. So yeah, it's definitely one of the things. But other than that, lions are lions. They're territorial, same as the Djuma ones. It's instinct. These guys have got their territory. They are a coalition of two males. They've got a large territory, and you're looking at the females as well. Same thing. They've got their territory, and inside of these males, and these males are making sure that other males know that these two brothers are here, because they're by calling at night time, scent marking. So yes, you know, lions are lions, but when it just comes to size and just by physique, it just seems like these lions are definitely maybe one up on the Sabi Sands lions. I mean, look at the mane. And look, there was a few beautiful males that had manes like that in the Sabi Sands. I can actually go through quite a few. I mean, from the days with the Mapochos, I remembered Makulu. I mean, Makulu had a huge mane, beautiful mane. Kinky tail. I mean, Kinky's tail's mane was that dark mane with a bit of that gold color to it, which was absolutely stunning. And then we can forget Hairy Belly from the Matimbas. also just as beautiful. So, you know, when it comes to manes, I think the manes are pretty much the same, but I just think it's just the body that's definitely bigger. And especially this male, I mean, being 7 years old and looking like this, I mean, that's prime. That is beautiful. And it looks like he goes to the hairdresser every day. He goes to Nadine's hairdresser every day. Yeah, that's it. And Nadine, I think he visits your hairdresser every day. Because Nadine is our MC. But it's a beautiful mane. It's beautiful. I think it's a stunning mane. I think this is like, it is kept so perfect. Perfect. I mean, I don't even see a knot in that, you know, in the mane itself. Not even a split end. Eagle's just got both his hands up. He's not going to comment on that one. He's not. But it is beautiful just to see this now. I mean, it is so nice just to see these Madikwe lions, and definitely falling in love with them as well. I think it's, and especially over the last couple of weeks being here, I mean, hearing lions roar every single morning, at night, it has been really something. They're very vocal. And of course, they're not the only two males in Madikwe. There's several different coalitions in Madikwe. So they got, I think there's like one further south. I don't know. There's different coalitions. I'm not too sure how the whole dynamics of male lions in the Madikwe work, but there is more, of course. You can't just have two. It's a big reserve. But these guys control, like also like the north. Eastern sides and the northeastern side corner. So that's their kind of area that these boys are really controlling. And we saw those females this morning, and I was saying, I mean, the females are they're also very big. I mean, I think a female at least 20 kgs larger than the females in the Sabi Sands. And so just taking a look at these males, just their body, I mean, just sitting and just looking at their body. Maybe also extra 20 on top of the males in Sabi Sands, so maybe like a 220, 240 kgs. Melissa, as a crow flies, I say, well, not far, maybe a kilometer, maybe, yeah, about a kilometer, if. Rough estimate, kilometer. I'm going to put it that. So that's not far. That's just down the road. Practically, that's just down the road. So exactly where they called this morning, they are pretty much still in the same area. And where he called, he is still in the same area. So, I mean, that's close. It's not far. It's about a kilometer. I don't know what he's doing now. It looks like he's just fallen asleep, sitting up. But he looks very uncomfortable as well with that full belly of his. So I think he's not too happy on the way he's lying there. Maybe he's going to flop over. Usually with that full bellies, they usually lie on their back or on the side. But he's lying straight on top of his belly. Yoshi, yes. Yes. Resting after a meal. Yoshi, it feels like me after a Christmas lunch. That's how I feel. Definitely. Or a good old Djuma breakfast. Yes, for sure. But it is nice seeing how blonde this one is compared to his brother. His brother's much darker. So it is nice just to see how the different colors come out, you know, why is one darker, one's much lighter. I'm just tucking myself up here because the sun is quite sharp on my legs, yeah. So, and can't you believe it? It seems like I got burnt on the side of my face, sunburnt. So my right hand side is like now starting to peel. Almost looks like I've got some kind of disease. Yeah, yeah, no, feels like I've been through the wars here at the moment. But it's alright. I shall survive. And talk about Alex's little hacks in life. And he's talking about that prep shaving cream. I was thinking my hack in life is, of course, if I'm hungry, I do eat food. That's my hack. Not bad, huh? Or if it's a bushveld hack, then it's a different story. Then it's like above the male line is that Sisyphus. If you want something to chew on, and if you want to give yourself an appetite, then you can chew on a buffalo thorn leaf. How about that? So buffalo thorn, those leaves, of course, just enhances your appetite, almost like when you're chewing on bubble gum. And of course your stomach is thinking that there's going to be food that is going to be passed down, and of course it just increases stomach acids, and then all of a sudden you get that funny growling noise in your tummy. Of course the buffalo thorn does the same thing, but actually more so. Now I'm trying to see where, like, of course, same thing as we saw the cheetah the other day and dragging its kill under the bush. Now, lions do the exact the same. So if they make a kill, a kudu or whatever, even a buffalo, they will try and drag it into the shade under a bush out of sight of vultures. So of course, then it doesn't alert any other predators that there is a kill in this vicinity. But where has this male drag the kill? Because I mean, I hear something in the background there now. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just birds. Alright, well, this male lion has decided to tuck his head, well, not anymore. Well, it looks like he wanted to sleep. But yeah, while we sit here and just enjoy this beautiful boy, let's head over to Alex in Okakoyo.
Thanks, Cedric, and good luck with finding the carcass. And still quite a bit going on over here. Of course, a kind of statue-like Adam storks that are about. The springbok, the zebra, and the oryx. Really treating us. So it's always quite cool. Do you have them? And it looks like we've got dab chicks. I think with chicks there, or unless that is the Egyptian geese. Can't make it out from here, but you can see them. Hi, Starbuck. So thanks for your question. And we do see them here and there when they are about here. And of course, when it was a bit greener a few weeks ago, foraging around here, they would have been taking the invertebrates, so things such as grasshoppers and other little insects and that would have come through. Also little termite aeleates in that as well. But primarily, they would have fed when it was a lot cooler. So earlier on this morning, and then coming through to here to rest up for the moment. So I do think that this is in fact actually little grebe chicks, because the Egyptian geese we haven't seen in some time and haven't heard them yet. And those goslings were far bigger than this, and they're probably almost the same size as the adults right now, having just about fledged. So I think that we've got a nice little family of the little grebes. I can't get any closer, unfortunately, so it kind of is a bit of a thumb suck, but to me that would make the most sense. We have only just been seeing the one grebe, and there normally are two. So I think perhaps both grebes are here, and they do have hatchlings, chicks. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll follow the progress. At the moment, it looks like it's getting rather warm. The blacksmith lapwing's doing the most in terms of vocalization at the moment. We will get the Cape Crows too. And we've kind of got this endless transfer of prison ponies coming through to the water and then of course leaving. And it looks like that oryx also thinking of moving on right now. I think we may get some impala on the left hand side of us. Just waiting to see. It looks like it's actually springbok, so more springbok coming down. Of course the differences then between the impala and the springbok. Impala obviously being that far more red russety color, of course bigger in size. In terms of the fastest animals in the world, fastest obviously being cheetah, the second fastest being the pronghorn antelope across in America, and then in third place we have the springbok, followed by Thompson's gazelle, perhaps impala, tsessebe, topi as well, also being incredibly quick. The other hartebeest also rather fast, being able to hit rather high speeds. But the third fastest mammal in the world, the springbok, here at the moment. So get that quite clear vocal of the Cape Crow. Rather ominous sound. It looks like a little bit of wind slowly starting to pick up, but I'm pretty much dead set on that being the grebes with chicks at the moment, which is quite cool to see. Nice to have new characters around. Hi, Eagle Lover, and I assume you are talking about the Adams storks at the moment, them gathering around here in good numbers. And I think that this is really just part of a bigger migratory grouping of them, having moved obviously throughout Africa as intra-African migrants, coming down and obviously being in the area. Obviously there is some form of safety in numbers. They would have also foraged together perhaps this morning, and I think they'll probably do that again towards the later part of the evening or afternoon when it does cool down a little bit again. But right now resting up, some drinking, some preening, some perhaps even taking the opportunity to sleep. Of course it is rather open, so they do have that ability to kind of feel rather safe at the moment, being able to see anything that may want to approach them. Of course, if there was a bird of prey that may be interested, that would definitely set the proverbial cat amongst the pigeons or storks. So perhaps if there was a tawny eagle or even a marshal or something else around, these storks would all kind of fly off or scoot about. It would definitely not be a happy moment for them. But primarily, it's kind of a break in the day. I think that is why they are all here at the moment.
Wildworth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
So it looks like that last little harem of zebras decided to move on. The springbok are still hanging about. Odd little drip and drab of them coming down. The Cape crows being rather loud, kind of obnoxious at the moment. And the Adam storks still mute, not much to say. Hi, Daniel. Yes, you're so right in that observation. Kind of like they've almost formed a spectatorship around a coliseum at the moment. Coliseum being the Okakuya waterhole. A couple of more of... Oh, I thought I just noticed. I think it might be a impala, but it actually looks like springbok. So I was playing games on me here. Yeah, it does look like that. It's just springbok. So I was playing a few games. It was tough being able to ID them from a distance. Still be able to see the little grebe family shooting or scooting about this water's surface. And we have some approaching zebra to enjoy as they come down to drink, as well as the crows. A murder of crows going off like a bag of cats at the moment. So we do actually have 3 impala rams that have come down. You'll be able to see the difference and how much darker they really are to the springbok. Of course, far bigger in body size. Looks like the zebra's just holding off for the moment. And it seems we have 1 gemsbok with them as well. So nice diversity. Otherwise, rather pleasant scenes. So a little bit of a standoff going on with the zebra at the moment. I'm not too sure if they are thirsty or not. Perhaps just waiting for everyone to kind of get there and kind of come down in uniform. But that remains to be seen. We're just going to have to sit back and enjoy. Wait to see if they do come join us. Otherwise, the Cape Crows dominating the airwaves. So if you have just joined us, welcome. You are with myself, Alex, and we are here at Okakuyo Waterhole in Etosha at the moment. Lots going on here. One springbok kind of scooting about in amongst the Adams stalks. A number of other springbok around. Some black-faced impala. It seems like the family of little grebes. Zebra waiting to approach. Oryx also with them. And they have treated us to a rather awesome little morning. We've also been across in Djuma, and we saw a martial eagle there, listened to a lot of the bird vocals, and also heard the hippo. And across in Madikwe, we have had zebra, impala, warthog, and of course the lion. And with Nick in Kariga, buffalo, zebra, some of the other plains games, as well as some Inyala as well. So it has been a fantastic escape to nature. If you have just joined us, this is also a live and interactive experience. And if you are watching this on our app or website, you can register to ask questions or let me, Nick, or Cedric know what you would like to see or even chat about. However, if you are watching on YouTube, please do subscribe so Wild Earth can notify you of all the other amazing content we have. Be sure not to miss out on any of the other moments that you may have missed or may want to catch up on. So it seems the zebra have plucked up the courage and the confidence to get down to the water's edge, and they've definitely made their way through. Quite good numbers of them at the moment. We've got that one oryx, looks like maybe two, but one definitely that I can see at the moment or make out. And I'm sure that one will also wade into the Okakuya waterhole now as well. So we'll have quite a cool little scene going on momentarily. Otherwise nice just to enjoy the happenings of this waterhole. So always cool and lovely to sit here, just enjoy what's going on. The zebra numbers definitely starting to grow, but it is time for us to check in with Cedric and see what's happening with his line.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, and I'm still sitting here with one of the Mahiwa males, and he is still very much asleep. As you can see, still panting very quickly, and he's just snoozing away. But this is exactly what they'll do. So you'll find that these lions, especially after a good old meal, you're not going to get too much activity. Oh, wait, there it is. Hold on. There it is. A little bit of a belly in the air. Much more comfortable that way. That's why I thought usually lions that's got full bellies, they tend to rather lie on their back or even on the side, but mostly on the back. It just seems like it disperses the meal in the tummy a little bit easier and not being too uncomfortable for them. But you can see, look at that paw. That paw is like a dinner plate, the size of a dinner plate. Sheesh. Well, there we go. Definitely now in lazy land. You can see the back paw is not as huge as that front one. Even a bit of a belly scratch there. Eric is living the Friday dream. Definitely, Eric. I fully agree. Living the dream. But I mean, that front paw is just huge. And I mean, that's not in the air. Wait till like it's put on the ground with the weight. It even kind of becomes even larger. And as I said, you'll find that the front paws and even the hooves and feet of animals the front ones are always larger, just supporting the weight of the head, of the shoulders, of the neck. So much larger, and disperses the weight much easier that way compared to the back ones. A beautiful little back pad. You can see those three lobes at the back pad itself. You can see those beautiful little three lobes with all the cats. So your cheetah, your leopards, caracals, lions, African wildcats. Even look at your domestic cats at home. If they step inside or if they leave a paw print behind, take a look. You'll see those three little lobes. Compared to the hyenas and to the canine family. Of course, the dogs and jackals and foxes, they all got just that typical 2 lobes at the back. Definitely the flies are irritating them quite a bit. The smell. Now what's happening here is, of course, they did their business around this area during the morning, 1 or 2 sections or places here. And now the sun has been out for a good 4 or 5 hours and it's been baking. So now it's been baking that scat nicely. And now it is really enhancing it perfectly for our nostrils. So, and that seems like the wind direction is coming directly from that scat towards the vehicle. Luckily there's no flies at the moment because of the wind, so we are very fortunate for the flies here. Thank you, Nadine. so yeah, but I think it's, as you can see, it's quite a bit of a breeze. I think the flies will struggle a little bit here with this breeze. But yeah, but as I said earlier, it's like you'll find that they'll rest like this the whole day. So lions can sleep and sleep and sleep and sleep for a good 16, 17 hours a day if they have to. And then they'll sort of tend to move rather later on. Once it gets nice and cool, once that sun has set and it gets a little bit darker, and then you'll start getting the calling, the lions calling all over the show, and as well as a movement as well. But I know from now till then, I think this male has definitely set his little spot up nicely, and he's going to snooze here for the day. You can see even though his right paw is perfectly positioned, to just give himself a nice little belly rub, or belly scratch there, in case if he needs to. So that is nice. Well, as you know, storytelling is coming on the 18th of this month. So in aid of International Storytelling Day, Tess and Ben, of course there in Djuma, will be hosting a fireside chat for explorers on Saturday, of course, the 18th of March, where they will be reciting some of their best stories from their time as a safari guide, along with some of our other guides as well. So yes, you need stay tuned for that and don't miss out at 8 p.m. Central African time on the 18th of March for explorers only, for the fireside chat. Yes, indeed. Storytelling is very important in our industry, very important. Always, how many times I have had guests asking me, what is your craziest encounter? What was your scariest encounter? What was your funniest encounter? And all those different stories. And of course, being in the bush and living those encounters, it's always nice just to kind of bring them back. Sometimes I can't even remember all of them. I've got a terrible memory. Sometimes I forget some of my. I mean, I've had amazing stories. Sometimes I actually lie down and try and think about some of the things that's happened to me. And I know James. He's written 1 or 2 books about a lot of the stories, and that's a good thing. It's nice to get a diary out, and if you have how can I say, strange encounters, just write it down. I think that's I should have done that for the last 16 years. I think it would have been some of the things that I've encountered and things that's happened to me has been, yeah, interesting. Interesting. Well, that's what happens in the bush. I had a funny one. The one I can remember many years ago is that I went to go and sit on top of a termite mound. Of course, with my rifle on top of the termite mound. I had all my guests at the bottom, and I was explaining about the termites and how things was working, and a bit of rain. And so while I was sitting on that termite mound, I took a little bit of a step back, because I was actually on my haunches, and I took a step back to explain about one or two things about this. It became like this kind of a slimy slimy kind of material, and of course I slipped, and I just went to lay down next to a lion, and I ate his balls. All right. No?
Sadly, we did just lose Cedric there. We'll be back with him though in a moment or two. However, still just sitting here enjoying the happenings of Okukuyo. 2 Gemsbok that are here. We've got actually 3 Gemsbok here, and we've got another little harem zebra coming through to join us. It's always quite cool watching as the relay of animals kind of unfolds on a day-to-day basis, obviously at different times. Of course, with the primary objective of quenching thirst, but a lot of other dynamic that does go on in between, both inter and intra species kind of interaction that does occur. Just having a look to see if there's anything else really going on around here. A number of zebras still hanging back, kind of thinking their way down to the waterhole. So the stalks kind of separated out a little bit, kind of different pockets of them. Obviously, majority of them hanging about the water's edge, but it looks like kind of like separate groupings of them all over. Otherwise, not too much else really going on. You can hear the European bee-eaters around again. These oryx have also made their way into the water. It's always quite fascinating watching them as they wade in. And of course, some of the zebra also coming down. Quite a cute little zebra foal there as well. Lovely to be able to sit back here with the Gemsbok, enjoy them, enjoy the zebra and that zebra foal too, and wait to see if anything else kind of spooks these stalks or who else may come through and join us. So just enjoying the wading Gemsbok, clearly quite thirsty. And waiting to see how many of the other zebra harems decide to come down to the water's edge. They were a little bit kind of apprehensive, just sitting back before coming down. Not too sure why that may be, but I'm sure we will see them all approaching within the next few moments. Hi, Jeffrey. Thanks very much for your question. And I think the first thing I would do is find some shade because it does get rather hot. And I would try to conserve energy not being in the direct sunlight. But definitely just sitting back and enjoying. But I think I would probably get impatient as well and want to move off and explore Etosha itself. So I would aim to spend some time here. And then I would probably saddle my pony and head off into the rest of the reserve and explore what else it has to offer. So it seems that these oryx are going to start to move off. Not a real complaint though, because we do have good numbers of zebra all around us at the moment, and they will come down. I don't think we'll get a respite from the crows. They seem to have kind of put that record on repeat, and it sounds like we'll be listening to them for the majority of the afternoon. So you'll be able to just make out that zebra bray as well. They're also getting rather vocal. Still one or two of the gemsbok in frame at the moment. And the zebra numbers definitely starting to build. There are a few other pockets or other harems of them coming down. And through the cacophonous crow audio, there's also some European bee-eater audio. So a rather large flock of European bee-eaters, it seems. You can pick them out over the Cape Crows. You hear a number of them chirping in amongst themselves. Doing a little flyby over Okakuya Waterhole right now. Such a lovely little call. There's still lots going on here. The stork's not really too phased by the zebras coming and going. The crows also calling like this, or even the springbok as they move in and amongst them, or throughout the throngs of storks. Waiting to see if there's some more oryx in the area wanting to come through and wade for us. Otherwise, just enjoying the approach of zebra, and then of course having them move on off to continue grazing. So as we sit here and we enjoy the zebra milling about, the storks kind of stationary, we got springbok moving around as well. Wild Earth are excited to announce that Wild Earth Kids will now be bringing back our school drives. So that is coming back to the school drives, and that's every Wednesday starting from the 29th of March. So that's Wild Earth Kids. And it will be for the first hour of the Sunset Safari. And that is on every Wednesday, as I said, from this 29th of March. So that's coming up in 2 weeks' time. If you are a teacher and you would like to register your school for these drives, head over to the website at wildearth.tv/kids and fill in the form. Please do note, though, that we do have limited spaces available per drive, so be sure to register in advance and make sure you don't miss out on any of the wonderful happenings for that hour. Really quite a cool opportunity, a great way to further educate anyone interested in the natural world, in particular children. However, still a little bit of wind now starting to pick up, but still inundated with zebra. There's oryx also moving off into the distance.
Thanks to our wonderful Wild Earth explorers, Wild Earth Kids is back. Your monthly subscriptions have allowed us to relaunch Wild Earth Schools on a weekly basis. Wednesday, March 29th will be the first session back, and then after that, every Wednesday for the first hour of the Sunset Safari. Sign your class up for a special virtual field trip to Africa, because touching the lives of the future protectors of our Earth matters.
So that was quite cool. Something spooked the storks there, and they flew back to kind of the northern side of the Okakuya waterhole there. Good number of them. You can see a lot of them now kind of congregating on that side. A couple of the zebra also shooing off because of that. Still good numbers of them around and in the area, and a couple more coming down to join us. So very cool, lovely to sit back and just enjoy Okakuya for what it is. This is also time for us to head across to Cedric and his line in Madikwe.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, as you can see, we are still here with this male lion, and he is still snoozing. He's going to get quite hot. I'm sure he's going to try and move his bottom out of the sun very soon, because I mean it is scorching hot at the moment. So you can imagine for that lion. But yeah, this is also sitting here and thinking about, because I've walked into lions many a time. And sitting here, and I was thinking to myself, the other day when we approached this male lion, it was the first time I've seen him. I was, of course, a couple of weeks ago, and we approached him with a vehicle. And funny enough, we got a bit of a reaction out of him. You know, he kind of looked at us and gave us a bit of like we call it a rev and a growl. And I stopped the vehicle. I'm like, yeah, that's just strange, you know, a male lion giving us a bit of a rev with the vehicle for the first time. Well, first time I've seen him. And I was thinking, well, you know, walking this guy on foot must be, I think it'll be a little bit hair-raising. if they're going to do that to the vehicle, you can imagine on foot. I think on foot was, I think these guys won't be too easy about it. And I mean, I've had my fair share of mock charges by lions, females and males, and this one just kind of, I don't know, it just scares me a little bit. I just kind of have this little bit of I kind of say, a numb feeling if he has to do that to me. But talking about walking into lions, one of my best encounters with, especially with cubs, was many years ago, and I was working at a lodge called Nkoro Bush Lodge in the northeastern side of Sabi Sands, and we had a pride called the Styx Pride, and a very well-known pride of that area. And we knew that this one female kept on coming into this one drainage line that was just pretty much about, say, 60 meters off from the road. There was a nice, a very small drainage line, very small. I mean, I'm talking about 2 meters wide. And she kept on going in there and coming out there, and then she joins the pride, and we got the tracks going in there again. Until one day after a drive, I said, we have to find out what's happening inside there, because you could see she's got suckle marks, but we don't know. Is the cubs there? Aren't they there? I'm not too sure. So of course, after a game drive, I just made sure that the female that was seen going in and out of that drainage line was with the pride, and the pride was at least maybe a good 2 kilometers away from that area of that drainage line. So I asked the guys, okay, you sure that female's there with the pride? And they said, yes, no, she's there. 100% she's there. I was okay, sweet. So I went back to the lodge, of course, dropped the guests off and all that, and then I went with one of my other colleagues, ranger colleagues, and the tracker of ours, and we went and we parked on the road, and of course got off the vehicle, just grabbed the rifle just in case, and we walked towards that drainage line. Now of course my heart was like kind of almost beating out of my mouth. Felt the heart, like I actually felt like my heart was beating in my throat at that time, because I just was waiting for this moment. And I thought, okay, well, anyway, we on it, we're busy with it. It's, you know, we can't turn around now. This is what we're going to do. So anyway, and we walked and we got into that drainage line. So we went into the drainage line and we walked slowly up the drainage line. But now it's not an open drainage line. It's not like the Sand River or the Sabi River or the Molawati or Molawanini. It's nothing like that. This drainage line is, when it comes to like the sandy area, maybe that sandy area is about 1 meter wide. The rest of it is all covered with bush, like thickets. And we were walking up and down and looking, and eventually I found the tracks. And as I was walking and I saw tracks going into this one area, there was like a thick, I think it was, I can't remember, I think it was maybe a raisin bush or something that was overhanging that sandy, that 1 meter stretch of sand. It was like overhanging. And as I took a step over, and planted my foot onto the other side, I just heard this like little, almost like funny noises coming from my feet. And I looked down, and true as Bob, I saw 2 little cubs lying under the bush, and of course at that time, I just quickly looked around, made sure that female wasn't there, because if she was there, it would have been big trouble. But anyway, let's head over to Okaukuejo with Alex.
So back in Okaukuejo, we will try and get back to Cedric and the Sleeping Lion just now. Still quite a bit going on here with regards to our bird life. A little bit of cloud in the distance there. The Cape Crows really have had quite a bit to say today, and really dominating the airwaves at the moment. And probably quite disturbed by the number of Adam storks that are about. Perhaps encroaching on what they had planned for the day. But a couple more zebras still hanging about, and what we're going to be doing is just sitting back here and watching the zebra come and go from the waterhole. Hi, Joel. Thanks very much for your question. And to be completely honest, I am blissfully unaware of any lions that have been reported in the area. Unfortunately, don't have access to sightings that have been seen in and around Kuyo on the ground. And at least at the waterhole itself, it's been a couple of months. So it doesn't mean to say they haven't been through. More than likely later on at night when it's been a bit cooler. Of course, also having just really come out of really the heat or height of the rainy season, a lot of the game did disperse. It did mean that the lions then also would probably have to focus their efforts away from waterholes. But I would be lying if I told you that yes, one was seen last night or last week or any of that. So I'm unsure when last one was actually seen here at Mbika Water, or at the Okakuyo waterhole itself. We've got one wildebeest, or two wildebeest that look like they're coming through to join us. Lots of zebras, good springbuck, and perhaps some other interesting characters to come through and join us a little later. So, sitting here and enduring the Cape Crows, they really are going full tilt at the moment. There's two wildebeest, a number of zebra that have also come down, a couple of gemsbuck that are hanging about and also moving on. Springbuck, and of course, what have been the ever-present Adam Storks over the last couple of months and weeks. It's so nice that we've got so much diversity, so much action going on. Nice also to sit back and enjoy. Ease on into Friday afternoon. So our zebra numbers building, and I think them also drinking as fast as possible and then heading off to get away from the Cape Crows. Also adding to the audio of the waterhole right now. A couple of brays going on there. A couple of oryxes still hanging about. And we've got a nice little influx of springbok, about 2. So really quite pleasant. Nice just to sit back and watch as lots of action goes on and goes down. So it's quite fascinating to be able to sit back and enjoy kind of non-stop zebra action, because you just see little pockets of them. They kind of like spool up, head on down, wade on in, interact with each other, and then separate as they all head off. What's quite interesting is that zebra bray is rather loud generally, and the Cape Crows managing to drown them out. Hi, Oscar. Yes, there are ostriches here in Etosha. I'm yet to see, though, here at Okukuya Waterhole, but most definitely they are. Of course, they are arid specialists and desert specialists, so it's not necessarily that they have to be at the water's edge or frequent waterholes all too often. Of course, in areas where there is a fair amount of water, they won't shy away from it. But there definitely are ostriches here, and very good area for them because it is rather open, and you'll probably find that they do take advantage of the rather arid conditions, very suited to them.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I am shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
So good numbers of zebra coming back to kind of fill up the waterhole. We did just have a large number of them kind of move off. But a nice, rather well-sized harem of zebra coming down. A couple of other pockets of them also making their way through to the waterhole at the moment. These two Gemsbok deciding that it's also a good time to drink, perhaps also going to be wading. And we've got one lone springbok that is wading at the moment, with the grebes kind of sticking to the other side of the waterhole. The ever-present storks not up to much after having descended upon us, and the Cape Crows really not letting up. But we've been quite fortunate. We have seen a number of zebra foals throughout the different harems that have come through today. Of course, there isn't a set breeding period for zebra. They do breed and drop foals throughout the course of the year. Of course, there is a spike of that happening, though. And that is obviously around about now, maybe a couple of months just before, kind of from December. They do have a gestation period of roughly around a year or so. So, rather interesting to see and kind of bear witness to all of that as well. So awesome watching all of these zebra come through and join us like they have. Looks like there's a number of them coming to join this. Rather large number of them already in the water right now. Of course, if you have just joined us, welcome to Escape to Nature. You are with myself, Alex, and we are here in Okakuyo at the moment. And we're just enjoying all the activity that is going on for now. Lots of zebra activity. We've had good numbers of springbok. We've had a few wildebeest, black-faced impala, and we've had quite good numbers of Gemsbok. This all in and amongst the Aben storks and the rather loud Cape Crow at the moment, or Cape Crows. We've also picked up on the little grebe family that is about. Also been across in Djuma earlier on, where we saw a martial eagle, and we heard Dewey, along with doing some other bird ID with regards to bird audio. We've been across in Madikwe with Cedric. We had a male lion, some zebra, warthog, and impala there. And we've been with Nick in Kariga, who had some awesome plains game. And we've had quite a bit going on throughout the course of today, so no complaints about that. Of course, if you have just joined us, this is obviously a live and immersive experience. And if you are watching this on our app or on the website, you can register to ask us questions or let us know what you would like to see or even chat about. However, if you are watching on YouTube, please do subscribe so that Wild Earth can notify you of all the other amazing content we have. And be sure not to miss out on any of the other moments you may have missed out on or may want to catch up on. Of course, also, Wild Earth is not yet profitable, and we do rely on our subscribers and donations to keep connecting both the young and old with nature through live safaris. And it is your donations that help us to continue to go live for those who can't afford it, and also bring back some of the great projects, such as the Wild Earth for Kids safaris. And it's by donating that you are making a difference to the Wild Earth mission of connecting people to nature. It has been our aim this week to raise around $3,000. So if you do have that option and you are able to, please do head over to the website wildearth.tv/donate and click on the donate button. So lots going on, nice to see. But Cedric also has some action across in Madikwe, and we're off to him to see what is going on.
Alex, yes, well, the lion was the male.
So unfortunately, we did just lose Cedric there. We'll be back with him. Nice to see that buff though anyway, even if it was for a quick moment. The zebra still coming through good numbers. Otherwise, just enjoying what is going on here in Kikuyu. Nice to just take it easy on a Friday afternoon. Kind of get ready for the weekend to unfold. So it looks like zebra numbers dwindling at the moment. Looks like there's some more just off, kind of to the northwest of us. They'll probably come through and join us. Waiting to see if these two Gemsbok are going to, in fact, wade in. And otherwise, those on top of the podium, the Adam Storks, definitely doing the most to crowd out the Okakuya waterhole at the moment. So it seems that the zebra are kind of moving off for the moment. It's time for us to move back to Cedric and his buffalo in Madikwe.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, we are still with this big male buffalo that is just enjoying a bit of a wallow for the afternoon. It is midday here at Madikwe, so of course, well, not midday, just past midday, but it is quite hot here at the moment, and I think he's definitely got the right idea. Just like your warthogs and elephants, of course, these hot days, if there's a nice wallowing area, they will definitely tend to enjoy just wallowing around in this nice sloppy mud, but very reddish. Now this is because you can see the mud and just the sand around this area. It's got that real red tinge to it. And of course, most we're getting up, and I think he's gonna get up, and he's gonna look very red. A red bull, definitely a red bull. But yeah, he is a very grumpy male, this when we got here, so luckily he's now settled down. It's nice just to kind of view a buffalo that's not running away. And I don't want to disturb him where he is now. I think he is very happy. But that's a very, you know, being by yourself, I mean, it is also very risky. I've seen many a time lions trailing single males around. Especially these older males, because they are the ones that tend to kind of, you know, they haven't got that energy and the stamina like the younger boys, you know, that's hanging around with the big breeding herds. So these guys tend to peel off from those herds, and then they tend to hang around an area where there's nice wallowing pans and you know, some nice grazing grounds, but they don't move too far. And being by yourself, if you walk into a pride of lions, and especially that the lions ain't too far from here, they're very, maybe the two females might be about 500, 600 meters east from where we are now. And you never know, maybe tonight you might be in trouble. And I've seen females bring male buffaloes down, and I've seen a single male bring a buffalo down. So lions, they've got a lot of power to bring those big animals down. I mean, this boy is at least a good 900 kgs to a ton. But he hasn't got the biggest of bosses on his head, like we call it a boss on the head. Some of them have got this real thick boss, like a real kind of real made up horn. This male's got a very thinnish but very long, nice and wide. There's the red bull. As you can see, all that red mud plastered against his hindquarters and on his flanks. Alright, well, we are going to mosey from here and take a look what else. Let's head over to Alex as he's sitting at Okukuyu.
So back in Okukuyo, and at the moment just waiting on any of our four-legged friends to come through and join us. A quiet moment that we will indulge in right now, taking in other sounds and the happenings of the area. One or two springboks still about. Seems the Cape Crows are, for now, being a bit quiet. I did just hear one of the morning doves. It's time to just sit back and enjoy. Really just take in a pleasant moment. So fortunately our zebra numbers are slowly starting to build up. You can also just pick out some of the GNU audio. Unfortunately I can't get much closer than where we are right now. Just due to some constraints. Do bear with us. And wind seeming to kind of be dying down a little bit. But as I said, nice to have this approach that is underway. There's that one GNU over there, and we've got one lone, actually jokes, two lone zebra right in front of us. A couple of springboks still here. Definitely a lot going on still. So it looks like that cloud cover kind of building up. It's definitely changed the contrast in the course of today. So awesome just to sit back and just enjoy nature at its real finest. But if you have missed out on anything and you weren't able to watch the full show, you can download the app and you can watch the highlights and best bits from each of our shows. That includes Escape to Nature. So if you have missed anything and you are wanting to catch up, please do download the app and you'll be able to catch up and see the highlights, of course, of anything that you may have missed. Quite cool that this wildebeest is still hanging about. No doubt it was the one that was vocalizing not too long ago. And a little bit of zebra politicking going on right now. And the little grebes still scooting about the water. I'm sure those zebra are all going to come back right now. And then we'll watch and see others come down to join them, and of course how they move off. Hi, Dark Man Lover. I'm yet to see a hunt going on, at least during the day. I'm trying to think. So, of course, we've had predators and that, predators, birds of prey that have been about, and the jackal sometimes causing a bit of a disturbance with things such as the helmeted guinea fowl, and, of course, sandgrouse, doves, and that as well. So that's probably the closest we've got to a hunt with regards to a mammal involved. Otherwise, birds of prey can be quite prevalent, and we've noticed tawny eagles and that coming through, but yet to see any live kill here. I've been told also about the terrapins going for doves and some of the younger sandgrass if they're about too. But yet to see that, and it would actually be rather awesome to, of course, witness something like that, but fortunately not yet lucky. We'll just have to wait and see how that does all unfold. Hi Ingrid, thanks very much. It was awesome escaping to nature with you as well. Of course, we've still got one or two more moments to enjoy. Looks like a bit of zebra shenanigans that will probably lead us out. But yes, it has been a fantastic escape to nature. And of course, do tune in again tomorrow morning at 8:30 as we start it all over again, escaping to nature. It is unfortunately that time of the day that we do have to start to say goodbye. And of course, enjoy the rest of your day further. Of course, from all of us here at Wild Earth, thank you very much for tuning in and joining us. A big shout out, or the biggest shout out, goes out, of course, to the wildlife and the natural world that we were able to show and indulge ourselves with. But really, a fantastic day was had. Of course, do stay tuned for the Sunset Safari that will happen again later on this afternoon. And as I said, join us again tomorrow morning, 8:30 CAT, as we escape to nature once again. But do have a great rest of Friday and a fantastic start to your weekends. Cheerio, everyone.